to the stage the Mayor of Ilhavo, Rui Dias. Good morning, and thank you for having us. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Ilhavo. Mr. Secretary of State of Fishing and Sea, Salvador Malheiro, is the President from da Pesca, and all the representatives of the sector and professionals, the authorities, gentlemen and gentlemen. It's with a spirit of mission that I'd like to welcome you to the Maritime Museum of Ilhavo for this 5th edition of Expo Fish, a meeting that dignifies the past and wants to also value the future and the value of the fishing industry in the economy. Also, the development of the economy of the country and valuing all the professions of the sector. And we are at a territory that lives from the sea and lives the sea. Well, the sea is not just a tourist postcard. It is also it's a basis for our history, our identity, and it's still a basis for the development of our economy and our region. This involves leisure, tourism, and obviously also the economy. It is Portugal's duty to think of the sea in a global way. So talk about sustainability and about fishing is not just a theoretical exercise. It is we have to think of it in terms of strategy. The sea is a structural sector of the economy. We have to focus on the innovation, technological innovation, environment, and with this framework in mind, we consider Expo Fish Portugal as a relevant opportunity for us to discuss these matters. We have to think that all of these topics related to fishing, they don't work in an isolated way. They work. They present themselves as an opportunity for everyone. I would also like to highlight the importance of having this 5th edition of the Expo Fish in Portugal, in Ilhavo, because we are a town and a region where we value the naval sector, the fishing industry, and it's part of our identity. We're also a territory where the science and innovation try to give some added value to labor, to the proximity to the University of Aveiro, the dynamics of the sector. All of this So all of this plays a crucial role for the people of our region and also for the economy of this region. Dear Secretary of State, Salvador Malheiro, no plan of development, no plan of internationalization works if we don't focus on the people who put fishing at the center of their lives. So all the people are involved in the sector, they deserve our utmost respect, because they are the ones who face the sea when the sea doesn't make it easy for them. They are the ones who put Portugal at the center of the fishing sector. And I hope that this event would be a tribute to all these men and women. So Expo Fish should be seen as a platform for the future, and I would also like to highlight that Ilio wants to be a territory that will cooperate with the government, with European institutions, and interact with companies, with community, especially with the fishers. We still want to highlight our role in the blue economy, because the sea isn't just the past; it's the present and the future. So, welcome to Iljevo, a place that has the sea in its tradition. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. To close this opening session, we have the honor to welcome to the stage the Secretary of State for Fisheries and the Sea, Gustavo Malheiro. Good morning, and thank you for being with us today. Good morning. I would like to express how happy I am to be here today at the fifth edition of Expo Fish Portugal. I would like to thank and to greet Dr. Pesca for the organization of the event. Greet Dr. Afonso Oliveira. Also like to thank Rui Dias, the mayor of Iljevo, for hosting this event, this maritime museum. Let me also tell you that I'm very delighted to greet him, Dias, because he isn't just a good friend; he's also someone who has salt in his veins. And he doesn't he so he not only has been the mayor of Iljevo for a long time, but he's also originally from Matosinhos, so it's also a seaport. So this is someone who has has been part of his life. So Rui, thank you very much for having us. I would also like to greet everyone in attendance, people who play a crucial role so that we can have good quality fish at the table, on the table of our families. So the sea is a strategic goal of our government. We are committed to take advantage of everything the sea has got to offer us, starting with the fishing, but then proceeding with technology, the development, innovation. It is our goal to make people believe that we will all win by working together. Yesterday we heard the good news regarding the economy of the country, and the country seems to be on a good path, and this is due to the effort of everyone in Portugal, and especially the people who work in the sea. This obviously this international recognition motivates us even more, especially some of the people who are working, at government level, with working with the sea and the fishing. So, and it's good to have this international recognition, also to know that let's take into account that if the economy of the country is going well, the sea economy is even going better. So we we have to look at the absolute value. So but more important than the absolute value is that if we have if we are aware of so what matters is that we have to look at the trend. In 2010, the the sea economy was worth 2.9%. Now it's worth 50% more. So the sea economy is growing at a faster rate than the country's economy. So if we're already in a good position in global terms, we're even better when it comes to the sea, the economy of the sea. So, and one of the main points is to value our fish industry. We have to value the people who work in it. We have to value the product, okay, which is well, the fish and we have to be able to measure, and we have to be able to recognize the effort at Toca Pesca, for instance, for providing us with these numbers, and the fact is that the average price of fish in Portugal has reached 2 point. So we're talking about an increase of more than 4%. So which is good. Doesn't mean that we have reached the perfect numbers, but we still have to work to make this product worth more. But because if we are able to do it, I mean, everyone wins: the country, the economy, so it is. And I'm pretty sure that the price will increase, and we will all benefit from it. Portugal is the third biggest consumer of fish, which means that obviously this is influenced by cod, but we'll also talk about sardines, for instance. We have our label MSC, which was a important step towards that, and we have to take advantage of that and to value our sardines as well. But we'll talk about several different types of fish. Another measure that has contributed to this added value of our fish is our the fact that we went to the international fair in Japan, and now we're expecting the results to benefit from results of that. Let me also talk about the canning industry and also aquaculture. We have access to some important numbers regarding the canning industry, and it's important to recognize how important this industry is. And according to the most recent data, this industry has contributed to a positive balance of several million euros. Thank you thank you to everyone involved in this, and also let me tell you that the government is paying attention, and that's why we came up with another important area is the aquaculture, and we have to be able to work together, because aquaculture is not going to replace fishing. But it's a fact that of all the fish that we consume, we have to import more than 60%. So obviously, we have to think of aquaculture as something that will complement the fishing. So we know that entrepreneurs and people who are behind the sector, they have a lot of complaints regarding the bureaucracy of the licenses. We are trying to speed things up. We are also obviously always complying with the law, but we're trying to make things easier. We recently, during the Sea Week, we were able to sit several different entities at the same table. Okay, and they were sitting next to the people who want to invest, people who want to start and to proceed with the interesting projects. So I just want to say that aquaculture can always rely on us, okay, but always, having science and research in the background. So because this is a sector that has the capacity of having tradition and innovation working together. So we are almost we are getting ready to go to Brussels to negotiate the quotes, okay, for fishing, and we know that it isn't just with nice words that we will achieve our results. Our results will be achieved with a scientific evidence that that if we're asking for something, we have good reasons for it. And let me tell you that our mission won't be easy. The European Commission has some not very good perspectives regarding Portugal, but according to regarding the quota for several different types species of fish. For instance, there are many people here from the sardine sector, and let me tell you that, for instance, the European Commission wanted to put an end to the common management of the sardine fishing, the common management between Portugal and Spain, and we know that this has given us good results. It is a resource that exists, and we took measures. I mean, there were measures taken by Portugal and Spain that allow us to look at sardines in terms of the future. If we were waiting for the European Commission, we would probably not be fishing anything right now. So it would be pointless to protect the sea if we don't value it. So, regardless of all these expectations regarding these species, we are going to do our best, and we will do our best, having using science and research as a support and as a basis. Let me just finish by saying that it's a pleasure to work in such a demanding area. The sea has a very aggregating character, and I do believe that, and I hope that this combination of tradition and innovation will generate extremely positive results, so that Portugal can affirm itself on a global level as a sea nation and let me just say that we're all on the same boat here, and we all have to work together, because if it goes well for some of us, it will go well for all of us, and if it goes bad, it's the same thing. So if we don't have fishing, we won't have seaports, we won't have all the we won't have good fishing, good aquaculture. We won't have a canning industry, a successful canning industry, and I would even say that if we don't have any of that, I mean, there isn't even no point in having a Secretary of State for the sea and fishing. So we all have to work together, and I hope that we can all succeed. The latest international results should mean that I should be I should recognize the effort everyone who's sitting here today, but it should also be establish a goal for the future. So we do have the motivation, we do have the strength to solve the problems as they as we face them. So I do hope that this event will take place with in such a way that we will all benefit intellectually from it. I would also like to congratulate everyone to the projects that were presented, and tomorrow we will see the results of that. It's also good to note that artificial intelligence is working for the success of the fish industry. Also to know that biotechnology is also contributing to the success of agriculture, mean that we are leading the way. I would like to finish to help you a nice festive season. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Secretary of State, for your kind words and for highlighting the importance of the fishing sector and for reminding of us of such important numbers. We now begin the first panel of the day, dedicated to a topic of major relevance: transparency and traceability in the line. It is with pleasure that we present the participants of the session. Let me Filomena Saraiva, Head of Statistics of the Statistics Office of Dr. Pesca. Good morning. You can take a seat next to me. Rodrigo Sengo, Head of MSC Portugal. Good morning. Be welcome. Carlos Gonçalves, Head of the market sector of the DGRM. Welcome. Adelina Almeida, the multidisciplinary team leader at the Food and Economic Safety Authority. Good morning. And Pedro Reis Santos, Secretary General of the Advisory Council on Markets, who joins us via video conference. You're all very welcome. Thank you again for being with us today. Filomena Saraiva, I'm going to start with you so that to establish a framework for this conversation, let me ask you, what is today the importance of Doca Pesca in collecting fishing data in Portugal? Well, at risk of focusing again on some questions that were mentioned by the Secretary of State, but I'm going to do it anyway. It is really important today, and has been important before, the capture of sardines. If we remember it, in 2002, the European Commission established that it was important to register the whole circuit of the fishing process. I mean, where was it fished? When? How is it sold? So this is something that so this was basically the path for the traceability. But I would like to focus that in 2014 we had the major drama of we had this idea that the sardine stocks were very low in Portugal and Spain. A lot was written about it. they were trying to impose some incredibly bad quota, but in 2017 it was uh, it was the end because ISIS said that things were so bad in Portugal and Spain that we were heading. I mean, we're facing a stop to an end to the sardine fishing for 15 years. So if we hadn't had this compilation of the data and the processing of this data, so without this, the several authorities like IPMA, the associations, a lot, a lot was written at the time, um, showing that that version that was being presented wasn't a real version, and that we could fight that version with the information that was available, and we were able to do it, and it was a big victory. So the hence the importance of collecting the fishing data. So, and we have been able to do it in a proper way. Rodrigo Sena, could you can you briefly summarize the evolution of MSC and its mission in the sector? First of all, I would like to thank Dr. Pesca for the invitation. It's difficult to briefly summarize it because we are an international program, but I'm going to try to focus more on our work in Portugal. So MSC was born with the mission of trying to acknowledge the good practices of fishing in globally, but I believe Portugal is also a good example of that. We have a certification process which is used precisely for that, and is also used as a tool to create some. Well, in Portugal, we have been following an interesting path. We back in 2010 we had our organization has existed for 25 years and focusing especially on sustainable fishing. And 2010, almost no one knew anything about MSC in Portugal, but with us, that certification process that was created back then, and also so this so MSC has been working in Portugal since then, and the big companies have started to adopt certified products and to have more certified products, especially in some species like cod, for instance, and all this is crucial also for sustainability of our fishing industry. I would also like to highlight some important event points. In 2021, we were able to fish about 15,000 tons of we also have in 2023 we were able to launch something that is also crucial for our presence in Portugal. We talk about the Embarca project that tries to support and to diagnose and to establish what tools the national fishing industry could use. I would also like to highlight that last year we were able to recognize and to award some entities, some research organizations that have been working towards sustainable fishing, and all of this is a sign that Portugal looks at fishing in terms of future, and we So the numbers you have brought us today are solid numbers, but what would be the ambition for the future? Well, our ambition is that the seal becomes more a knowledge, okay, um, but that these messages and this hard work that is being recognized now will finally get to the final consumer, not just in terms of the export market, but also internally, that we are able to communicate in a more efficient way, that there is that sustainable fishing exists, and that we believe that all of this should also get to the final consumer. We're talking about the 400 products that exist in Portugal. So obviously there's a lot that we still have to do. There are many companies that we still have to get the message across to them. But we have several caught brands with this blue seal, something that adds value to the companies, and we so and the goal is to get to even more consumers. Carlos Gonçalves, what exactly are the functions of DGRM when it comes to collecting the data of the fishing? So, in terms of the collection of data, we are the entity that is in charge of that. Even though it may look easy, but it's really difficult to do. Let me tell you, it doesn't look easy. Well, well, and obviously, so we not only collect the data, we also make it available to different entities. We also have to monitorize the capture of the fish, and let's not forget that we have some delegation of competences when it comes to compiling all the official statistics of fishing. Tell me a little bit about those difficulties, because so we're talking about a huge number of sources. We're talking about a sector that has got many different features. So on this collecting and organization of the information obviously leads to having to find ways of creating consistency, and obviously we have many years of experience, and also by using information that comes from Doca Pesca and from entities, we have been able to reach a safe port in terms of compiling the information. Elena Almeida, ASAI has a central role in monitoring food safety and compliance with consumer information rules. In your experience, what are today the main weaknesses identified in the traceability of fish along the chain? Okay, first of all, good morning, everyone. Thank you for the invitation. I would also like to enforce that I'm here as inspector, not director, which I am not. Regarding the question you have asked me, let me tell you that ASAI is in charge of controlling the entire chain, starting with the capture. And to the start with the capture and all the way to the retailers. I have to remind you of something, that traceability is not a new thing. It is an imposition by the European Union, and it has been around since 2002, and so the economic operators have they need to have a system that allows to trace the fish. I mean, along the entire chain. But this obligation is not in, so it is not entirely implemented. There are still some weak points. Um, so obviously there is a lot of merit, that a lot of work that has been done, incredible work, but and for instance, if we think in terms of docker pesca, there is also very good traceability to be found there. So, and and until the first distributor, after that, that's when the major issues start. Okay, especially when it comes to the markets, to the big distribution. So, but good work has been done in that sector. But especially when we get to the small retailers, it is it is more difficult, and that's where we can verify some of the weak points. So we talk about the absence of labeling, of the identification marks. Very often we don't have access, and we don't know if the fish comes from an authorized establishment. Also, when it comes to the rules of labeling, we, for instance, we have the rules that establish how the labeling should be done, but it is not entirely implemented. So and especially when it comes to the retailers, okay, where the fish is being exhibited to the consumers. So there's another issue that we have been, for instance, when we talk about frozen fish, we know that to give provide the sector with some credibility, we're talking about fish has been very often consumer doesn't know the quantity of water to be found in the ice. So if there is no way of measuring this, so we end up not knowing if this icing is so if the icing that is that can be read in the label, if it really corresponds to the reality. So sometimes there is a lack of documentation, like the billing. So this is another weak point. Sometimes we don't know where the fish comes from. So and it is mandatory to that all of this data is provided in the documentation, so that we can trace the origin of the fish. And unfortunately, we have found that some fish in small quantities, but it does happen, where so very often the fish. I'm talking from my own experience, and also very often there is no sequence for the. Sometimes a certain lot of fish will leave docker pesca, but then at some point, when it is subdivided into several smaller units, I mean there should be a sequence, and we should be able to trace the original package. So very often we cannot recreate this trace it back. So So these are some of the issues that we tend to find more often. So, and you have already mentioned a lot. Yeah, unfortunately, yeah. And this law is already 23 years old, so it's not a recent thing. But we also have very good things, so not everything is bad. And the majority are good things. So let's focus specifically on good things then. But obviously, there's always some some work to be done. We also have Pedro Reis Santos via video conference. Let me ask you, what is the role of advisory councils in strengthening the transparency and traceability in the sector? First of all, thank you for the invitation and for the question, and good morning, everyone. So the advisory councils are defined by the common policy for fishing rules, and we can hear you, Pedro. You can continue. Sorry, because I'm listening to the feedback. If you want to remove the headsets, the headphones, I promise I won't interrupt you. So I hope you can hear me. So the role of the advisory councils is to provide the European Commission with recommendations and to the member states in terms of so the original logic of this of these advisory councils is in terms of regions. So, for instance, there is the advisory council for the Baltic, for the Mediterranean, but there are two advisory councils that have a more thematic, logic. One of them is for agriculture, and the other one for the markets. So our advisory council for the markets is made up of several different entities in different member states. It includes primary producers, retailers, unions, NGOs, and also consumer associations. So the member states can also attend our meetings. For instance, Portugal has been doing that. Our advisory council focuses on the problems of the markets. We the labeling, hygiene rules, consumer protection, among others. So, so these are key aspects of our work. In, I believe that this advisory council allows to transmit information to the European Union and also to all the entities that are involved through official reports, and also allows the interested parties to ask the member states some relevant questions. It also allows for the presentation of studies, the adoption of recommendations, and the European Commission is actually obligated to respond to its recommendations. So the goal is also to create a fair competition, okay, by exchanging good practices and information. When it comes to aquaculture and traceability, we have adopted some recommendations prepared by the European Commission regarding fresh products and frozen products. And the idea is also to implement starting January 2026, some more rules regarding traceability. We also have adopted some rules regarding the digital traceability of frozen products, as rules that will also be implemented by 2029. We also have made some recommendations to the member states regarding, for instance, the protection of the consumer, campaigns for the regarding the conditions of the market, equal conditions for the markets. Thank you, Pedro. Let's come back to the auditorium and to Filomena from Dr. Pesca. You highlighted the importance of data collection, especially during the sardine crisis. But I would also like to ask you if you have met other difficulties when it comes to data collection. Well, let me keep talking about traceability. So when we talk about the whole journey from the fish, starting at the sea till the auction, I believe we have done very good work has been done. So, but when we talk about the retailers and the consumers, I believe that Dr. Pesca needs to do more, and we need to do more because if we try to identify which vessel was involved in the fishing, I mean, what was the size of the fish, where it was captured, so all of this is part of the labeling. So why do we skip a step, and then when we get to the consumer, we have the name of the fish, big, medium size, bigger size, smaller size, and we could be talking about any type of fish here. So we had all this work that has been done. So we based our work on the European rules. So we have compiled all the information with all the detail, the scientific designation of the species. So everything that is established by the rules, this all this journey from the fish before the auction. So this has been done, and this was done because we were able to make people aware of the importance of this, and I think this has to happen on the other, closer to the consumer, because because the consumer wants to know more and wants to be informed. So, because the consumer should know that the species are sold, and they know that they are sold with different types of different sizes and different types of freshnesses, but then they don't really get this information. So the process is not entirely transparent. So the big issue here is the information that is not available, doesn't get to the consumer, the final consumer. So that's why it is important to work on this traceability journeys. And I believe this is something that will be eventually done. Rodrigo, what would be? Let's talk about traceability. So, what is the weight of traceability in final decision toward the seal? So, I'm gonna try to focus on this point on how the companies I label and identify the fish, and so the seal itself is an environmental certification that validates that there is a sustainable processing of the fish, but should also, so the seal should also allow us to know that well, it's important to highlight that all the effort, to all the public scrutiny, that this value is kept in the value chain. So MSS has created a standard to to ensure that since the origin, the whole that fish has been through a sustainable process from the very beginning. So it's decisive, but we're talking about not just because without this guarantee that the companies are so we ask the companies for to have this companies that are have the certification that there is an audit in order to ensure that to know how much fish entered the value chain and that the fish that finally gets to the final consumer comes from got there through a certified process. So that's why it's important to be able to properly identify the fish and so so I believe the systems have been working well until the first point of sale, but we do need to add some more. We need to be able to create tools so that all the companies, I mean, can be audited so that the products are properly identified. Carlos Gonçalves, what goals, what your strategic goals are defined for the upcoming years? So, speaking of the data and the all the issues related to them, so we will be talking about the implementation of good practice of data collecting. So we like to improve the data collection. So also to have sources, data sources that are more reliable. So all the reporting that has been done, that is done by the vessels, we want to make it easier as well. So this is so is this going to be implemented? Yes. So the idea will be to include in the reporting a subset of vessels that didn't have to do it before. So we will have more information and will be available, you know, in a more in a quicker way because it will be done in an electronic way. So we have already tried this in bigger vessels, but by force of law, this will also be implemented in smaller vessels. So obviously, the owners of these vessels they may not like it, but it's part of the process. So I'm sorry for insisting, but are there specific dates for this? Yes, I don't have the specific dates, but it will happen in a in a short term. So there will be more safety when it comes to information. This is what we are implementing. Aline Almeida, with evolution of European regulation and consumer expectations, what challenges does SSI anticipate for the coming years in controlling the labeling, origin, and conformity of fishery products? Well, we know that there have been many changes to the lifestyles of people. People are more concerned with the environment, so there is no new tendencies in terms of food consumption. So the consumption patterns of fish have changed a lot. So we know that with globalization, there is a multicultural offer in terms of food. Obviously, this provides the consumer with more variety. So with other types of quality, but it also carries some risks, and we know that let's for instance talk about salmon. For instance, the salmon that is captured at sea um, comes with different dangers. For instance, when compared to salmon that is created in through aquaculture. As I has been paying attention to this as well. So recently we had a situation with fish that was contaminated with mercury. Yeah. So and these are situations where we have to get the fish out of the market. So and if traceability is not properly implemented, we are not able to do this because uh, so these are things that are implemented by member states and it concerns public health. So and as I is prepared to act immediately. So as I also has to be pay attention to the labeling, to inexistent labeling, to imprecise labeling, because sometimes labeling may be hiding the origin of the fish, and it may be hiding the fact that the fish was captured illegally. So, and as I also has to pay attention to that and to try to prevent this from happening. So another situation that happens is species being substituted, something that we have caught being replaced by some other species. So and this is something that happens a lot, especially when it comes to restaurants. So and as I also has acted on that and try to also to prevent those situations from happening. Another issue where we have also been involved is, for instance, consumers are obviously are more demanding nowadays, and they want to know everything. For instance, many of the complaints we get are complaints that are very the result of they are very well explained, and what the consumers actually explain what kind of irregularities they found. So consumers, they know and they want to know more and they want to be provided with more information. So and we have also been working on that. Other situations where we have to act, and there are still many gaps when it comes to legislation. So and these are the gaps that allow certain operators, a minority, but they still exist. So because most operators in the market are good people, are honest people. I assume that everyone in this room are people who work in good faith, and we have. We have been. I mean, but there are still many gaps in terms of legislation. Many of the operators are not rewarded with implementing the proper policies, but are trying to find a way of bypassing them. So and I think it's important that we establish clear rules, that legislation is open to different types of interpretations. So it is also our role to help in that area. So and and I do hope that then when it comes to fishing, that we will be able also to achieve that. I don't know if there are other questions regarding this matter. Well, if you like to to give examples of some of the areas of that you consider important in terms of your intervention. Well, again, I'm speaking as an inspector. I believe that as I should also intervene more when it comes to products that have been transformed, products that are being sold outside of the traditional markets. Obviously, as you probably know, we are we don't have that many inspectors. We should have more in order to be able to face all the everyday challenges. But and we're not just talking about the fishery. We talk about other areas as well. So, but well, the growth of electronic commerce. This is also it has been growing, and the legislation that we have is not. It is short. It is so today the big sales are done, through social networks, and the law doesn't say anything about that. So and we every day we have teams working on the online sales. But when an inspector faces that problem, has to face that problem, and with things that are being sold online through social networks, and for instance, many of the consumers, many many of the people are selling online. They just will sell their product without regard to legislation. For instance, my son, for instance, usually buys fresh fish from their source online. So, and in about 24 hours, he will have fish at home. So, these are some of the problems that I believe, and thus I believes that should be faced. And so online e-commerce basically is we need to reinforce. We need to focus more on this kind of sale, because it is fundamental. So, Pedro Santos, I would like to ask you how you have observed the evolution of different stakeholders in relation to new traceability requirements. Thank you for the question. Well, generally speaking, the members of our advisory councils, they saluted these new traceability requirements. As I mentioned before, at the beginning of this year, the services of the European Commission, they started working on implementing these requirements. So the transmission of information should happen between the different parts of the chain, and so many of the stakeholders in the transformation area, they present us with some concerns. So they ask for some flexibility and for some freedom of choice in terms of the systems they can use. So our members, they also decided they also have been implementing some of the ideas of the European Commission, such as good practices. We'll talk about small and medium companies. Also, questions of confidentiality, commercial confidentiality. So we believe that the European Commission should provide us with some examples of international standards that will allow for this compatibility between different operators. It is also important to make sure that the control systems of the different member states also implement this. The European Commission proposed 3 years to keep and to save the information, but to implement this, but um, the operators ask for a short time span because of the specifics of the sector. In terms of when there is a mix of several species, also the representatives ask for more flexibility, especially because when we talk about small fishery, it's very common for the companies to mix to make mixes of fish hailing from different vessels. The NGOs have also asked for some so it's not always easy to know what information is supposed to be transmitted. Also, the definition of the in terms of the context of the identification of the lots, we mentioned that it's important to implement that the first implementation of QR codes and so on will obviously reflect have some results in terms of the prices. Also, when we talk about small and medium-sized companies, it's important also to implement and to exchange good practices. Also, we should also be able to develop digital and digital tools for free. We also adopted some recommendations in terms of frozen and processed products. We also believe that the systems being implemented should also allow the access of all the parties to the confidentiality rules, and they should be based on systems that already exist in terms of food safety. According to the representatives of the retailers, these studies should also take into account the requirements for frozen products and fresh products, which are not the same, okay, in order to ensure some fair uh, competition. Um, we also suggested that the study should analyze the compatibility between the existing systems and also the standardization of data to allow for communication between different types of software, and also to provide to implement some measures to for in terms of cyber security. We also believe that we should create some should be able to reduce the occurrence of wrong labeling, and also to take into account issues such as human rights and forced labor in the production process. We so it sh- At the same time, the study, so since it is a study from the European Commission, it should take into account systems that have been used in other sectors and in other parts of the world. So also when it comes to the smaller lots, if the costs become too high, it will. So also there's some issues regarding our members. They have made themselves available to organize some field trips in order to in several different member states to show the work that is being done at the factories, also regarding the origin of the species and the several production methods. So we are getting to the final round of questions before we ask the audience to to ask some questions in case they do have them. So let me ask Philomen, what challenges do you see in collecting, consolidating this data? Well, more transparency, more sustainability, being able to implement what is not being implemented yet. So food safety is obviously something that we have been. It has been improving, but sometimes I think that when it comes, for instance, traceability, we when so okay, we think of the positive side, negative sides, and I can't find any negative sides. So this is this is so good, so promising, and I truly believe that what we have done so far is really good. So we have to keep going. Rodrigo, what um, so what evidence or studies exist in terms of the recognition impact of the MSC seal? So let me I I think that we have some evidence, some clear evidence that this recognition impact of the MSC seal having it has been growing throughout the entire chain. So we believe that this seal is a common language, is something that adds value to everyone who works in the field, but also to the consumers. So we about 50% of the consumers already have some knowledge of the seal and an interesting impact that this is having on the impact in the, for instance, over 400 products that we have, and also the we talk about more than 75 companies that have the certification that I mentioned. So this is already a very important figure. The fact that companies can sell certified fish. Obviously, there's a lot of work to do because for now, I mean, we only represent 3% of the total of the fish that is captured in Portugal, but we're working for it. In terms of concrete evidence, we were able to, I mean, through independent consulting firm, we made this a study about perception and recognition, the impact of our seal. This is a study that's been done since 2020 and is done every 2 years. So, and we were talking about 2022 about 41% of recognition, but the data we have for 2024 we talk about 46%. So we're almost we're close to 50% of recognition. So globally speaking, we talk about 50% of recognition. So we're not that far from the global average, but we are still far from countries that have the blue seal at the basis of its offer. So, like for instance, Germany. But it is a path we have been walking, and it only makes sense to do this together because we are adding value to the work that is being done, and the the certification, the international certification, and also we have been doing a lot of campaigns in order to have the companies communicating with us, so that we all basically speak in the same language, and obviously the companies also ask us to get the message to more consumers so that the seal is recognized by more people. But I'm an optimist by nature, and we believe we are, on we are getting there eventually. Carlos, how would you evaluate the I mean, the work that has been done in terms of traceability and among the different operators? So this is a work that will never be concluded. So because it is a continuous work that never ends. But I believe that the evolution is quite positive. When we talk about the first sale, there's not much to say. So this is something that has been established between our entity and Doca Pesca. So we, first, the operators have to present plans every year, and one of the main goals for is the traceability. They so these organizations, they represent about more than 50% of the vessels. So we talk about a very significant number, and so which is a good sign in terms of achieving what is expected in terms of traceability. We have no indicators that we should that 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 in terms of traceability we should be concerned that something is not working, according to what we expect. So for the future, we have some rules that will be implemented, um, and we believe that next year there there will be some issues that might be of concern for the sector, but we believe we have we have organized some we have held some meetings with different organizations in order to find solutions to to get around all of these issues. So let me still mention that the biggest concern in terms of traceability for the sector has got to do with the control of this traceability. Uh, so not so not just in terms of not basically the common organization of the markets, but more. Uh, so some of the changes that I expected has got to do with the controls of the traceability. So Adelino, from the point of view of supervision, what mechanism or practices do you think could contribute to a more transparent and effective system, ensuring traceability from capture to the point of sale? I believe, and this is my opinion, that more advanced labeling based on QR codes would be ideal. Obviously, it is not a perfect system, but it would be ideal if we had the chance of implementing an open system where we have all the information coming from Dr. Pesca regarding the capture, the size, all the information from Dr. Pesca to the first distributor. So, and this information should be available on all the technical documentation, and it should be possible to also to implement it on the product. So, and it should be an open system so that the operator So it should be done in such a way that the operator didn't have the chance of changing the information, but maybe adding some information like who the product has been sold to. So if it was possible to implement this, and we'll talk about so this labeling actually being available to the consumer, so that any inspector of Azai being able to read that QR code using a simple scanning device, and to being able to access all the information regarding that product, and even for the consumers who just by using the phones, the mobile phones, could simply read all the information, all the, the entire journey of the fish. So this would be an important step. Another important step would be, I think we should have a shared database that will be shared between the different entities that are in charge of supervision of the fishing industry, because every entity, they're just basically working for themselves, and if we had this shared database, it would be obviously, we'll not talk about the database that everyone could access, but it would be very good to have that database as to work as a source of information hailing from other entities, in order also to improve the entire supervision process. I I also I have some notes here regarding if it was possible to have more actions being implemented together with the different entities. It would be it would be good. It would be good to standardize our the way we work. It would be good in terms of sharing knowledge between different entities, but this is only possible if we have more human resources, if we start to invest more in human resources, because we won't get there with the ones we have at the moment. So we should invest more. We should invest more on the technical parts as well, and I think that would be important. We have a plan, ASI has a plan to collect samples. This is we also, as you know, we don't work only with the fishing sector. I mean everything related to the economy, to the food chain. So there's a lot of things we have to control. And so so there should be, okay, we should need more human resources, but if we're able to have this sample collecting plan, and to make it bigger, to also focus it on this the part of the chain that is not has not complying with the rules so much. So obviously these are just some suggestions. So, but obviously this is this is already a bit political. Obviously, it is, but as an inspector, I believe that these are some aspects that could improve the processes a lot. I believe you want to add something. So one more thing that has been. So we have been asking the the companies that we work with. So we have this understanding that for the chain and for the B2B operations, we believe that transparency. I mean, transparency is important, but it is not a synonym of sustainability. It can coexist, but if the systems are solid, uh, so the system will still work. But in terms of the what we may want to ask ourselves, how transparent we want to be, and how we were going to how we're going to give access. We're going to give the consumer access to information. So we our focus is more in terms of ensuring the traceability of the origin of the fish. So um, we also believe that too much information can be confusing for the consumers, so they may end up a bit lost. So we don't I'm not talking about omitting information, but processing it in a way that it is also easily understood by the consumer. So we the consumer usually we okay, we know that the consumer is ready to be more concerned about environmental issues, and also to but but information that is provided to them should also be processed in such a way that people can actually trust the product. Pedro, in your experience as Secretary of State, what so in your experience, Secretary General, what steps are still needed for us to achieve a clearer, more coherent, and fully traceable system? So the study that was commissioned by the European Commission, we're still working on that. So we have organized several field trips. We have been involved in several interviews, in several case studies. Last week, in a meeting of the group works of our advisory council, we had some preliminary results. And according to our consultants, so the it has been working well. It has been implemented in a trustworthy way. So so there are issues. For instance, many of the processes for entering data is still being done using paper, which makes it a bit slow. So um, the operators also presented some uncertainties in terms of how to how so there are some concerns regarding the how viable the new rules will be in the future. So as for the frozen products, so the European Commission in published some of the requirements in this year, but the final solution that was adopted in August did not include these articles. So when we asked the concerned parties, when the European Commission asked the concerned parties, they thought that they would need more elements in terms of practical implementation. So this meeting we had last week, we were also able to share some ideas with the European Commission, and according to them, next over the following weeks there will be some additional questionnaires to focus on some of the practical issues, but this the European Commission still wants to implement Article 58 starting January 2026, regardless of these pending issues. So the members of the value chain, they also expressed some concerns in terms of what, for instance, what it means to be digital, and how, for instance, a member mentioned that many of the companies are not prepared to implement these rules by January. So it has already also been pointed out, there is a lot of information, a lot of costs regarding the development of electronic tools. So we have prepared some more recommendations to the European Commission. We are working on the final version of those recommendations that we will send. So there are concerns regarding the impact on the ecosystems and how different member states may read the rules in a different way. So there are also some risks for the operators regarding not following the rules, the refusal of products. So, and it may be difficult to explain to someone how the other elements of the chain will be prepared. This, so we would like, our members would like to have a better definition of how, for instance, how to form the lots, how to fuse them after the first sale. So they need, we need more solutions for the of the small-scale producers. It is also important that, for instance, this electronic report will only be mandatory in 2028, but for instance, traceability starts in 2026. So taking these problems into account, the members and the representatives of the value chain, they ask for postponement so that clear rules can be prepared, so that for instance, our members that represent NGOs, they don't think it is appropriate to postpone the implementation. They believe there have been a lot of positive exchanges between the European Commission and the sector. So we will have an additional meeting with the European Commission in February. So we hope to continue with these discussions and to also clarify some of these questions. So now we have some time for questions from the audience. So you just need to let us know. No, I don't think so. So there are no potential journalists in the audience. So it's just I would like to thank you for having been here. So I would like to just summarize what has been said. So our guests, they said that traceability is quite important, but there are still some weak points. For instance, small retailers, there are still some issues, not so much the big distribution. So there will be more requirements and more also the fact that information is not totally available for the final consumer, but in times where the consumers are also more demanding. ASAI has also focused on the multicultural challenges, the diversification of the consumption, and also how important it is to act outside the traditional market. So food safety has improved thanks to traceability, but we can still do a lot more. So our time is up. So I thank you for coming. Let's have a short break, and we'll be back in about 15 minutes with the second panel dedicated to good practices in the value chain.
Na pesca não há desigualdades, já dizia o pescador. No mar são todos iguais, o mesmo não escolhe cor, nem género, nem seja o que for que nos distingue enquanto seres humanos. Se temos todos o mesmo valor, interessa o quanto nos valorizamos. O mar é grande, mas para isso é parvoíce do ser humano. O mar é grande, mas sem espaço para isso, porque lá é que tens que ser humano.
Eu sinto-se muito bem aqui. E os portugueses são boas pessoas, isto é verdade. Tenho muitos amigos. Nunca fui discriminado, nunca. Não existe um país melhor aqui na Europa para viver. É tudo fresquinho, até peixe fresco, todos os dias.
Isso é coisa de ser humano que não aprendeu a ser amor. Para nós o mar é azul, mas a mar nós somos incolor. E no mar nós somos incolor, nem idade nem género que nos valha. Só a produtividade, assiduidade ou antiguidade em cada batalha, que são travadas diariamente na linha da frente em cada porto ou lota. E pelo menos cá na gente da minha terra, reconhecimento é para todos, não importa nacionalidade, origem étnica, convicção religiosa ou política ou ideológica, nem orientação sexual, nem estado civil, nem idade ou sexo ou situação económica.
Não sinto nenhum tipo de discriminação, já nem me considero mais brasileiro, já me consideram português. Tem a maneira deles de ser, como eu sou de fora, eu tenho que me adaptar, as pessoas aqui não, as pessoas se adaptarem a mim. Não tem problema de cor, nem de nacionalidade, nem nada. Brincam, como sempre, como todos, em qualquer lugar, por acaso não tem o que me queixar.
Sejas tu de onde fores, ou venhas tu de onde venhas, ou sejas tu quem fores, o que interessa é que retenhas. Porque aqui não há privilegiado, beneficiado, prejudicado, privado ou isento de qualquer direito, porque aqui ninguém é julgado pelo que é por fora ou por dentro. Aqui só há mérito dado a quem tiver suado e pelo seu trabalhado independentemente. Na pesca as únicas diferenças são na expressão de quem vai e volta ou não, sorridente.
Ao mar não interessa a cor da pele, nacionalidade ou religião. Todas aceitam nas suas águas.
Quando o respeitamos, ele olha por nós. Ele olha por todos de forma igual. Ao mar não interessa o gênero, idade ou estudo social. Ao mar só interessa a vida.
Para a Doca Pesca, respeitar o mar é também respeitar a diferença.
E todos tratar com igualdade, sem discriminação.
É assim a pesca. E eu sou pesca.
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 Doca Pesca. Somos todos pesca.
Nós sempre estivemos aqui. As mulheres esperavam pelos pescadores, descarregavam e vendiam o peixe. Geriam a vida em terra para que os homens pudessem ir para o mar. A pesca é um trabalho a muitas mãos, com lugar para todo tipo de pessoas. E deixa-me feliz perceber que o género já não tem de ditar o nosso lugar. Isto é libertador para as mulheres, mas também para os homens.
Uma comunidade unida e resiliente depende da colaboração e partilha de conhecimento entre todos. O futuro das nossas comunidades é aquele em que as mulheres têm igualdade de acesso e oportunidade.
No mar e em terra, na lota e na liderança.
Doca Pesca, lixo marinho. O lixo marinho, em particular o de plástico, é um dos maiores flagelos globais do nosso tempo que coloca em causa a sustentabilidade dos ecossistemas. Ciente da seriedade desta realidade, a Doca Pesca promove diversas ações com o propósito de alertar, educar e combater este problema, ao mesmo tempo que procura criar as condições ideais para o tratamento e recolha dos resíduos e o seu encaminhamento para os destinos adequados. O projeto A Pesca por um Mar Sem Lixo promove a redução dos resíduos marinhos, as boas práticas ambientais dos profissionais da pesca e a valorização e reciclagem dos resíduos gerados a bordo e recolhidos no mar. No âmbito deste projeto, são também desenvolvidas ações de limpeza costeira abertas às comunidades locais. A DOCA Pesca assegura ainda ações de sensibilização sobre a problemática do lixo marinho junto de pescadores, armadores e alunos e professores de escolas de todo o país. A adoção de medidas e comportamentos preventivos e responsáveis é fundamental na proteção do nosso mar. DOCA Pesca. Visite-nos em docapesca.pt.
Nós não fomos cuidar do mar, depois onde é que vamos tirar a nossa rentabilidade para as nossas casas? Acho que é um bom projeto e devem todas as embarcações aderir ao projeto.
Aqui em Peniche, os pescadores estão-se a juntar a esta iniciativa. Juntos vamos conseguir reduzir esta quantidade de lixo no mar e depois espalhar a mensagem para o nosso país e temos uma força muito grande aqui em Portugal para o combate ao lixo marinho.
Na pesca não há desigualdades, já dizia o pescador. No mar são todos iguais, o mesmo não escolhe cor, nem género, nem seja o que for que nos distingue enquanto seres humanos. Se temos todos o mesmo valor, interessa o quanto nos valorizamos. O mar é grande, mas para isso é parvoíce do ser humano. O mar é grande, mas sem espaço para isso, porque lá é que tens que ser humano.
Eu sinto-se muito bem aqui. E os portugueses são boas pessoas, é verdade. Tenho muitos amigos. Nunca fui discriminado, nunca. Não existe um país melhor aqui na Europa para viver. É tudo fresquinho, até peixe fresco, todos os dias.
Isso é coisa de ser humano que não aprendeu a ser amor. Para nós o mar é azul, mas a mar nós somos incolor. E no mar nós somos incolor, nem idade nem género que nos valha. Só a produtividade, assiduidade ou antiguidade em cada batalha. Que são travadas diariamente na linha da frente em cada porto ou lota. E pelo menos cá na gente da minha terra, reconhecimento é para todos, não importa. Nacionalidade, origem étnica, convicção religiosa ou política ou ideológica, nem orientação sexual, nem estado civil, nem idade ou sexo ou situação económica.
Não sinto nenhum tipo de discriminação, já nem me considero mais brasileiro, já me consideram português. Tem a maneira deles de ser, como eu sou de fora, eu tenho que me adaptar às pessoas aqui, não as pessoas se adaptarem a mim. Não tem problema de cor, nem de nacionalidade, nem nada. Brincam, como sempre, como todos, em qualquer lugar, por acaso não tem um que me queixar.
Sejas tu de onde fores, ou venhas tu de onde venhas, ou sejas tu quem fores, o que interessa é que retenhas. Porque aqui não há privilegiado, beneficiado, prejudicado, privado ou isento de qualquer direito, porque aqui ninguém é julgado pelo que é por fora ou por dentro. Aqui só há mérito dado a quem tiver suado e pelo seu trabalhado independentemente. Na pesca, as únicas diferenças são a expressão de quem vai e volta ou não, sorridente.
Yeah, 1 o'clock to 2:15. But it's not going to be at 1. It's going to be at like 1:30. Really good job, though.
Oh, well, again, there were times where
Ao mar não interessa a cor da pele, nacionalidade ou religião. Todas aceitam nas suas águas.
Quando o respeitamos, ele olha por nós. Ele olha por todos de forma igual. Ao mar não interessa o gênero, idade ou estudo social. Ao mar só interessa a vida.
Para a Doca Pesca, respeitar o mar é também respeitar a diferença.
E todos tratar com igualdade, sem discriminação.
É assim a pesca. E eu sou pesca.
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 The deadliest catch.
Doca Pesca. Somos todos pesca.
Nós sempre estivemos aqui. As mulheres esperavam pelos pescadores, descarregavam e vendiam o peixe. Geriam a vida em terra para que os homens pudessem ir para o mar. A pesca é um trabalho a muitas mãos, com lugar para todo tipo de pessoas. E deixa-me feliz perceber que o género já não tem de ditar o nosso lugar. Isto é libertador para as mulheres, mas também para os homens.
Uma comunidade unida e resiliente depende da colaboração e partilha de conhecimento entre todos. O futuro das nossas comunidades é aquele em que as mulheres têm igualdade de acesso e oportunidade.
No mar e em terra, na lota e na liderança.
Quem está a ouvir do outro lado só quer algumas informações.
Sim, sim, mas
é assim. Isto não é muito complicado de fazer, por isso é que disse aquela que não era complicado de fazer.
Não é complicado, é só em alguns casos.
Doca Pesca, lixo marinho. O lixo marinho, em particular o de plástico, é um dos maiores flagelos globais do nosso tempo que coloca em causa a sustentabilidade dos ecossistemas. Ciente da seriedade desta realidade, a Doca Pesca promove diversas ações com o propósito de alertar, educar e combater este problema, dar as condições ideais para o tratamento e recolha dos resíduos e o seu encaminhamento para os destinos adequados. O projeto A Pesca por um Mar Sem Lixo promove a redução dos resíduos marinhos, as boas práticas ambientais dos profissionais da pesca e a valorização e reciclagem dos resíduos gerados a bordo e recolhidos no mar. No âmbito deste projeto, são também desenvolvidas ações de limpeza costeira abertas às comunidades locais. A Doca Pesca assegura ainda ações de sensibilização sobre a problemática do lixo marinho junto de pescadores, armadores e alunos e professores de escolas de todo o país. A adoção de medidas e comportamentos preventivos e responsáveis é fundamental na proteção do nosso mar. Doca Pesca. Visite-nos em docapesca.pt.
It was like the lady in charge of human resources because she had experience from other companies who convinced them. So. Yeah. Even though this job honestly, if this would actually be necessary because nowadays you have very good AI tools that will do this like automatically.
Nós não fomos cuidar do mar, depois onde é que vamos tirar a nossa rentabilidade para as nossas casas? Acho que é um bom projeto que aí devem todas as embarcações aderir ao projeto.
Aqui em Peniche, os pescadores estão-se a juntar a esta iniciativa. Juntos vamos conseguir reduzir esta quantidade de lixo no mar e depois espalhar a mensagem para o nosso país e temos uma força muito grande aqui em Portugal ao combate ao lixo marinho.
See if people are talking about us on Reddit.
Na pesca não há desigualdades, já dizia o pescador. No mar são todos iguais, o mesmo não escolhe cor, nem género, nem seja o que for que nos distingue enquanto seres humanos. Se temos todos o mesmo valor, interessa o quanto nos valorizamos. O mar é grande, mas para isso é parvoíce do ser humano. O mar é grande, mas sem espaço para isso, porque lá é que tens que ser humano.
Eu me sinto sempre muito bem aqui. E os portugueses são boas pessoas, isto é verdade. Tenho muitos amigos. Nunca fui discriminado, nunca. Não existe um país melhor aqui na Europa para viver. É tudo fresquinho, até peixe fresco, todos os dias.
Isso é coisa de ser humano que não aprendeu a ser amor. Para nós o mar é azul, mas a mar nós somos incolor. E no mar nós somos incolor, nem idade nem género que nos valha. Só a produtividade, assiduidade ou antiguidade em cada batalha. São travadas diariamente na linha da frente em cada porto ou lota. E pelo menos cá na gente da minha terra, reconhecimento é para todos, não importa. Nacionalidade, origem étnica, convicção religiosa ou político-ideológica, nem orientação sexual, nem estado civil, nem idade ou sexo ou situação económica.
Não sinto nenhum tipo de discriminação, já nem me considero mais brasileiro, já me consideram português. Tem a maneira deles de ser, porque como eu sou de fora, eu tenho que me adaptar às pessoas aqui, não as pessoas se adaptarem a mim. Não tem problema de cor, nem de nacionalidade, nem nada. Brincam, como sempre, como todos, em qualquer lugar, por acaso não tem um que me queixar.
Sejas tu de onde fores, ou venhas tu de onde venhas, ou sejas tu quem fores, o que interessa é que retenhas. Porque aqui não há privilegiado, beneficiado, prejudicado, privado ou isento de qualquer direito, porque aqui ninguém é julgado pelo que é por fora ou por dentro. Aqui só há mérito dado a quem tiver suado e pelo seu trabalhado independentemente. Na pesca, as únicas diferenças são na expressão de quem vai e volta ou não, sorridente.
Between news pieces, right? She would be on Twitter, and somehow she just tweeted to the community that she could go for a burger, right? She would really, and so somehow the wheels starting, spinning, and people made it happen. So there was something.
Ao mar não interessa a cor da pele, nacionalidade ou religião. Todas aceitam nas suas águas.
Quando o respeitamos, ele olha por nós. Ele olha por todos de forma igual. Ao mar não interessa o gênero, idade ou estudo social. Ao mar só interessa a vida.
Para a Doca Pesca, respeitar o mar é também respeitar a diferença.
E todos tratar com igualdade, sem discriminação.
É assim a pesca. E eu sou o pesca.
Eu sou 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 pesca.
Doca Pesca. Somos todos pesca.
Twitter was really a small community.
Nós sempre estivemos aqui. As mulheres esperavam pelos pescadores, descarregavam e vendiam o peixe. Geriam a vida em terra para que os homens pudessem ir para o mar. A pesca é um trabalho a muitas mãos, com lugar para todo tipo de pessoas. E deixa-me feliz perceber que o género já não tem de ditar o nosso lugar. Isto é libertador para as mulheres, mas também para os homens.
Uma comunidade unida e resiliente depende da colaboração e partilha de conhecimento entre todos. O futuro das nossas comunidades é aquele em que as mulheres têm igualdade de acesso e oportunidade.
No mar e em terra, na lota e na liderança.
Sandokan, my God, you should know it. You should know it, for Christ's sake.
Why should I know this?
Because you got Indian roots.
Doca Pesca, lixo marinho. O lixo marinho, em particular o de plástico, é um dos maiores flagelos globais do nosso tempo que coloca em causa a sustentabilidade dos ecossistemas. Ciente da seriedade desta realidade, a Doca Pesca promove diversas ações com o propósito de alertar, educar e combater este problema, ao mesmo tempo que procura criar as condições ideais para o tratamento e recolha dos resíduos e o seu encaminhamento para os destinos adequados. O projeto A Pesca por um Mar Sem Lixo promove a redução dos resíduos marinhos, as boas práticas ambientais dos profissionais da pesca e a valorização e reciclagem dos resíduos gerados a bordo e recolhidos no mar. No âmbito deste projeto, são também desenvolvidas ações de limpeza costeira abertas às comunidades locais. A Doca Pesca assegura ainda ações de sensibilização sobre a problemática do lixo marinho junto de pescadores, armadores e alunos e professores de escolas de todo o país. A adoção de medidas e comportamentos preventivos e responsáveis é fundamental na proteção do nosso mar. Doca Pesca. Visite-nos em docapesca.pt.
Okay.
East India.
East India.
Prince of Borneo.
My teacher it was funny. Because this guy, so this was a teacher one, not that one. I guess, yeah. But I was actually. Yeah, he's basically a white version of Lawrence
Nós não fomos cuidar do mar, depois onde é que vamos tirar a nossa rentabilidade para as nossas casas? Acho que é um bom projeto e devem todas as embarcações aderir ao projeto.
Lawrence Fishman, but in white. Well, believe me, even his Facebook profile pic was Lawrence Fishman because he knew. No, he did look a lot like Lawrence Fishman, but you know, a white version. And he there you go. Doesn't it look like Lawrence Fishman but in white?
Aqui em Peniche, os pescadores estão-se a juntar a esta iniciativa. Juntos vamos conseguir reduzir esta quantidade de lixo no mar e depois espalhar a mensagem para o nosso país. E temos uma força muito grande aqui em Portugal ao combate ao lixo marinho.
I would never read that book.
I know it was hilarious. I mean, his writing style was actually amazing. No, it was amazing. Maybe not. At some point, they kind of got more involved with Second Life. That's exploring more in Second Life. Second Life was like a three-dimensional world. It's a virtual world, so you had your avatar. I mean, yeah, but it was not. But the idea of it was interesting because even first university, even the university had like the island Second Life, and people could actually attend honestly, that whole 3D thing put me off a bit. Okay, hard to continue. So we are back. Welcome back again. So we now begin with the second panel of the day, dedicated to the theme Good Practices in the Value Chain. It is with great pleasure that I present the participants of this session, Humberto Jorge, President of NOPSERCO, the National Association of Producers. Good morning. Luis Souza, Secretary General of the Association for Cold Products. Narcisa Bandarra, Researcher and Head of Division of Agriculture, Valorization and Bioprospection at IPMA. Welcome. And Tiana Manita, from the Quality and Innovation Department of ARESP, so the Association of Hotels, of the Hotel and Restaurant sector. Thank you for being with us today. Humberto Jorge, to start, since you're sitting next to me, I would ask you to briefly explain what the mission of ANOPSERCO is. So good morning, everyone. First of all, it's a pleasure to be here at this beautiful museum to discuss matters that are so important to the sector. So ANOPSERCO is an association of producers created in 1993. It includes about 9 associations of producers, so all of them were fishing matters. And if we talk about the vessels that are part of these associations, we talk about over 100 vessels and with over 2,000 fishermen. So that's basically what our association is. Our main focus is obviously to defend the interests of the net fishing in Portugal, especially sardines, which is obviously a very relevant species. So we have a big focus on this species because it is a species that also is a kind of a flag of our flag bearer of our gastronomy. So a lot of our activity revolves around this species. So, Luis, I would also like to ask how many companies Alif currently represents and what his mission the fresh and frozen fish sector is. Good morning, everyone. It is also a big responsibility to be here at this event and with this audience. So Alif is an association that represents the fresh and frozen fish sector. It also represents many of the companies of cod processing companies. Okay. It is an association that exists since 1975, so it's over 50 years old, and it represents about 109 companies, including all the well, I'm maybe being too optimistic when I say all of the companies, but most of them and the biggest companies of the country. So our mission for the past 50 years, or the mission of our association, is to represent the sector in the best way possible, with a vision that we hope is never too restricted, because when we talk about the fish sector, we are not just talking about the fresh and frozen fish sector. We also have to think of the industry as a whole, respecting everyone's space, because obviously there are associations that represent other parts of the industry. But so I always like to talk about the industry as a whole, so in a holistic way. So, so that's our mission, and to represent the industry, obviously with specific responsibilities regarding the fresh and frozen sector. And then our sphere of action is to provide the best support to our associate members, to provide them with technical support, with communication, also support in terms of internalization, also the with everything related to the legislation that may affect this commercial activity. We also are very active when it comes to the well, dealing with collective work agreements. So it is obviously we also need to we also act in terms of food safety. So Narcisa Bandarra, I would like you to talk about the link of IPMA to the various links in the fish value chain and how the institute works with the sector and what kind of cooperation it provides. Good morning. I would like to thank you for the opportunity of being here in this amazing building and for the opportunity to share some of the information regarding the activities that are developed by us at IPMA. So IPMA is a state lab, and it needs to work constantly work, closely with the sector. So we try to direct our research towards questions that are that are put by the sector, but also when it comes to the supervision, we daily supervise and evaluate the environmental quality, also questions of public health. So everything related to how to and another important role that we play is to respond in terms of the assessment of questions regarding projects, several, well, so we provide some of our advice in terms of also, so we provide the support in an administrative way. So let I'm focusing again on the research. For instance, one of the projects we have cooperated with Alif. We had the privilege of develop this together, a way of, for instance, we know there is this omega-3 index that is accepted by cardiologists. So and we work together with Alif and with the German Souza labs in order to. So what did we do there? So we tried to map and to establish some framework in terms of what the country would need, what kind of consumers we have, the consumption of fish, how it is consumed. So, and also we'll try to establish a link here with health. So we work with over 1,300 samples that allowed us to have a global perspective of the population. So this is just one example I'm providing, but there are many other examples of the work we do with our entities. So for instance, another important area is in terms of technology to develop the prototypes at the lab level and then try to make them accessible to the industry in order to make to add some value to species that are usually not valued so much. So species that we try to study, we try to find out about some benefits for public health, For instance, we talk about, for instance, Alzheimer's disease. Okay, for instance, omega-3 can have a positive impact. Um, uh, so we try to find out if certain species can also be helpful in terms of that. Also, let me also focus a bit on blue literacy. Um, for instance, at the moment we have a campaign with ANIP, also related with tuna and the benefits of tuna for the health of the consumer, and also in order to provide our trainers with the training to to oh, to make the information, the message available to the public. So these are activities that we we engage with, on a daily basis. I don't know if I was able to answer your question, but so now I'm gonna address Diana. So Aresp brings together more than 20,000 members and has invested heavily in the promotion of good practices. How does this policy translate into practice in working with your associates? Good morning. Good morning, everyone. I would also like to thank you for the invitation to be here at the fifth edition of Expo Fish. So, Aresp has we have 16 delegations all over the country, which allows us also to be close to the market and to implement some of our good practices. So, first of all, in terms of training, we have an academy that provides training related to food health, but not just that. So we try to provide training that is adapted to the sector, and training that is also adapted to the reality of the market, so that what is learned has real impact. So we also have a roadshow that has been organized with Azai in order to create proximity between the different operators and supervising entity. So this idea of roadshow is also to make people aware of the good practices, to provide them with more information. So we have also been working on creating guides, so in order to provide different establishments with information. This proximity that we achieve through our delegations also allows us to to provide our members with information regarding legislation, and also to create a responsibility culture in the sector. So we try to work so that these good practices are, that people look at them not just as something that is mandatory, but also as a competitive advantage and something that would lead to a more efficient operation. So Humberto Jorge, since Anobserco is the entity that brings together the sardine sector, how has it been managing the balance between the different associations at more or less favorable times? Well, it has been easy sometimes not so easy. So all I mean, all these years when the capture of fish of sardine went through some difficulties. So obviously we also went through some difficult times, but this basically led to us, becoming stronger and more united, which was kind of surprising. So the organizations that are part of an Obcircle, so when they understood the challenge they had to face, so they also understood that the only way of facing it would be together. So an Obcircle was kind of became turned into a discussion space for dialogue, for coordination, and many of the rules, many of the measures that were decided together with the administration. So we talk about measures that were difficult, for instance, reducing the fishing activity. So these were difficult times, but as I said before, they led to the association becoming stronger, and I think that all the produce associations, they now recognize the merit of the organization, the fact that it was able to bring people together during the hard times. So, but over the years in which you have led the association, how has the relationship with the commercial network evolved? First, the wholesalers, the large scale distribution, canning. Would you say that it has been a positive relationship? Yes, it has been positive, and it has evolved a lot. But because before that there was no relationship, so there were sporadic contacts between different entities of the industry. But after that, Anobserc was able to create some partnerships with APEV, with Leaf, and other entities. But the most important one was the one we applied for the MSc process that we completed this year with positive results, with awarding of the Iberian certification, and also I believe it was the first time that MSc was able to see such vertical partnership, between the fishermen, the industry, everyone united under the same in the same partnerships. Even for MSc was a very pleasant surprise. So this partnership, it wasn't the only one, but because we also have an important role in terms of the definition of not only the rules, but for instance the prices, also to establish, to help the producer organizations to establish. So basically, these partnerships, they have been very positive, and also due to the fact that we have a very transparent dialogue, a dialogue of trust with our partners, and I believe that this will continue. Obviously, people are very important, so. And when we want to talk about people who know each other very well, people who know the sector very well, so it has been easy to move forward, especially because every time we establish these partnerships with the goal of making everyone in the chain profit, it's easier for people to understand and to work together. So, Luis Souza. In terms of within the framework of collaborative processes, do you consider it important to move towards the institutionalization of a more structured fish chain that involves all stakeholders in the chain? I think it's crucial. So I spent the last years of my life, at least the last 15 years of my life, working with the sector with a different approach. We'll talk about the European funds, also designing strategies and programs and helping with the implementation. And that gives me a very good perception of the growing need of having a sector that is more united. And Portugal is a country of a small dimension. I mean, it doesn't have a lot of territory. It is way bigger in terms of ocean territory in comparison to the land. So obviously this means something, but we're still a small country on a global scale. So, but obviously the world recognizes some of the things we do. For instance, in terms of our fishing, it is recognized on a global scale. So I think that we have to work on the Portugal brand, Portuguese fish, and we have to work together. We have to work in a united way. For instance, if we look at at Spain, I think there are two big organizations. For a country, in a country that is 4 times the size of Portugal's. So one of the organizations focuses more on frozen fish, the other one on the processing industry, the canning industry. So we're talking about 2 mega associations with a huge weight, so with permanent representatives in Brussels. So people are constantly in dialogue with the people of the European Commission. So we need this. We need strong associations with critical mass. So and people organizations that are able to represent the sector they present. So whatever we call this cooperative work, it is necessary. So on the other hand, since I also worked on the side of the management of European funds. It is also important that we find, on the side of people who get the funds, it will be important to have someone who represents everyone in a strong way, because then we need to have an idea for the whole sector. So it can't be just individual ideas. So we need something that is a mirror of a market, of a sector, of a country. And why? So why? Well, the funds haven't been able to create this yet, because we're still talking about a sector that is very fragmented. So because everyone has their own interests. So and if we are not able to get these interests together, in terms of a greater good, so it's difficult to get this. So it makes sense to have everyone working, in everyone working together. So if we look at first the questions regarding this sector, we have to think of them as questions that concern everyone. For instance, recently a conversation I had with the Minister of the Sea, a meeting where most of the representatives of the food sector were represented. So and this was a question regarding the canning. So recently there was this communication campaign based on ideas that were kind of extreme, with some technical basis, of course, but so a campaign saying that there was an issue with canning and with the amount of mercury that could be found in the can. So this had a huge impact in the French market. Had a huge impact also when we talk about the global canning industry, because suddenly there was this idea that cans contained huge amounts of mercury. So obviously this is not the case. It's not. I mean, no one, for instance, questioned if the tuna with high concentration of mercury is actually tuna that is being used in the cans. Also, we don't. No one said anything about how nocive the mercury could be. So the consumer doesn't want to know any of this. The consumer just reacts to the news. So, and the sector obviously needs to react to this. So obviously this had some impact in France, but there was some impact in Portugal, because obviously this also made the news in Portugal. Well, the origin was obviously in France, but it was obviously a very negative message, and we just need to switch the TV on, and we'll see that negative messages will always find their way to the public. So positive messages, they always have a more difficult time, to get to the public. So if we're trying to pass a message, okay, that is that has a technical basis, it is more difficult. So, and we have to be able to answer to this. So we have to be able to watch out for the small companies, because and small associations, they don't have the capacity to address these issues. So we have to, and we can't just think that these problems only concern a specific sector. This is a problem for the entire food sector. So, for instance, that meeting, we was, for instance, talk about the message that is also spread through school books. For instance, literacy should and can be something positive, but if we do it in a proper way, it can also cause a lot of harm to the food sector. But this was also mentioned in that meeting. So we have every now and then we have guidebooks for good practices in terms of for instance, recently there were guidebooks telling people to consume more vegetables and less animal protein, and this is done, I believe, in with some lack of responsibility, and this has a negative impact in the food sector, because when we talk about food safety, we have to talk about the availability of the food. So we have to filter and to ensure that these negative messages, they don't pass, because they are misleading. So and there are many extreme views that are the basis of these messages, and we have to learn how to deconstruct them. So I prefer to talk about the food sector as a whole, the industry as a whole, than just to talk about frozen fish or fresh fish. So, and also I have some other competences in another association that also includes other sectors of the food sector, like bakeries, chips, and industries that are also important, industries that also have their particular challenges. So we face many extreme views when it comes of the amount of sugar, the amount of salt. So, and what I was trying to tell the ministers, then we would talk, when we talk about food, we have to talk about the food wheel, which, I mean, we haven't abandoned this concept, and this we're talking about diversification, variety, and also we shouldn't abandon pleasure. It's also important to have pleasure, I mean, to eat some sweets. So we have to, I mean, otherwise we will get to the point where, I mean, we just get some injection, some with the nutrients, and that's it. So we have to have an holistic and responsible perspective. So, and because this perspective very often doesn't exist, I think it's important to create this synergy between the different sectors. So it is not, it is necessary. It is. So Narcisse, IPMA has developed numerous solutions to reinforce good practices throughout the chain. Is there one that, in your opinion, should already be implemented and has not yet progressed? Thank you for the question. I would also like to just add something concerning mercury. For instance, the tuna that is used by the canning industry. We talk about the smaller fish. So, and we know that, and I know this because we have labs that are reference labs in terms of the assessment of mercury, and many of the tests that have been made, they prove that this isn't really an issue. So I couldn't waste the opportunity to also to add this, and especially because now we are promoting the consumption of tuna, and tuna plays a very important role. So, and we have to, we have to put an end to some myths that are created. And obviously, when we're talking about fish with bigger sizes, okay, sure, it could be an issue. But in terms of the canning industry, we always talk about smaller fish, and there was work done by several entities, national entities, and we approached the issue, and we also talked about the quantity, who is going to consume it, and the amount that is consumed. So, because very often these are, we also have to understand the age groups. So, obviously, but I mean, this would take. It will take a lot of time to discuss these aspects, but these are aspects that have been covered, and but I totally agree that bad news, negative aspects, they tend to pass easier than all the positive sides. So going back to your question, I would like to mention that regarding good practices, we have an example. This was something that was done together with Edgar and Dr. Peschke, and the guidebook for good practices on board of the vessels, of the fishing vessels, and we were able to gather knowledge and to create knowledge, okay, in order to knowledge to include in that guidebook, and also to get this to approach the fishermen and to try to make the message available to for them. So obviously, if we are when we work together, when we involve all the different elements of the chain, it obviously it has bigger impact. So the idea is obviously always to make this to include other areas as well. So IPMA has also tried to create other good practices. For instance, the transfer of knowledge. So we'll talk about aspects that need to be controlled, like the production, the safety of the final product. So there is this. We have this. Well, for instance, if I going back to what was said in the previous panel, for instance, the traceability, it would be great to have a digital form of aggregating all the information, but this is obviously something we would all want to have. So to have the whole history from the sea to the table. So we are obviously we have been working on it. We have been working we have been developing some research projects in order to prevent fraud as well. So when people are trying to sell one fish for another, so we kind of try to become experts in terms of identification in order to make sure that whatever is on the menu of a restaurant is really what we're eating. So if you're not eating one fish for another, so these are aspects that our labs allow us to address, but only by having by gathering the knowledge and by transferring this knowledge. So obviously what we would really ambition would be to have this way of tracing and to establishing the history of the fish, from the sea to the table. But for instance, let's talk about, for instance, biotoxins. For instance, it would be interesting to be able to anticipate certain events. So this is something we've been working on. Because it is crucial to prevent, to have models that allow us to, with enough safety, with enough predict what might happen in the future. So only this way can we actually address some of these issues. So, would you say, for instance, because would you say that the sector has adhered to this good practice guidebooks? Yes. For instance, the guidebook we made with Doca Pesca and Gave. Recently, we were asked to. We went to we went to Povo de Varzim, so we were asked to go there to provide people there with an additional training session, because this is what matters when we actually get when we get close to the people in the sector, when we ask them how we can help, so what they need. So because these guidebooks, these good practices guidebooks, that's the purpose of them. So and this guidebook was made with the help of several different entities, and I guess that was also one of the strengths of this guidebook, because it has a lot. It has to do with public health, with food safety. So we're talking about very sensible topics. So the whole chain of the whole cold chain. So all the what we have to take into account during the transport. So everything needs all of this is important. For instance, when you decrease the temperature, you are prolonging the lifespan of the product. So so yeah, we have been trying, together with the industry, we have been trying to develop some also think of a circular economy. For instance, we are think of the sub products as well. So to for instance, to have some action when it comes to the collecting the sub products, making sure that we keep them at a cold temperature, to avoid. So, for instance, we can produce, for instance, some protein supplements, so which are, for instance, important for sports people. So and so because very often these sub products can even be worth more than the main products. This happens with some industries in Europe. So this circular economy is all about preventing or minimizing the environmental impact of the products, but also, for instance, when we talk about protein, to make the best of these sub products. So and for instance, we had a project, European project with Spain, where Spain is quite developed in this matter, but it was important to have to create these international synergies. So because it will have an impact on a national scale, but it will also allow us to develop some activities on a European level. So and so always with the perspective of adding more value to. Um, so basically, we talk about using the protein and cut it into smaller pieces, smaller parts. Okay, so and so this we talk about a product that is very important for people who do sports, because it is it's a structure that is easier to absorb by the body. So, but I guess I'm getting to very technical details. So I would like to add some data here. I would also like to say how important it is that we have these links. One of the first things I did this year was to talk about people from different areas of the sector in order to start working on some strategic cooperation. For instance, Alif has some protocols of cooperation with ANIC, for instance, that represents the canning industry, also with the aquaculture sector. Agriculture represents more than 50% of the fish that is processed by our industry. So it made a lot of sense to establish these partnerships, and also with the cod producers association. So we've been also working on partnerships with them. And I would also like to share that we started for some months, we have been working on a project where I feel that many of the people in the sector, they are willing to build something bigger than what we have at the moment. So we're eagerly waiting for more news regarding that. So Diana, from a broader value chain perspective, Aresp is developing together with Toca Pesca a label that identifies establishments that sell fish sourced from the auction market. How can this label contribute to improving best practices in the sector? Well, this work that is being developed together with Toca Pesca, apart from the seal, we also plan to develop a guide to value Portuguese fish, and we believe that this seal will have three major impacts. First of all, we will be able to ensure traceability and transparency, so we can ensure that the fish complies with all the requirements and of food safety, which obviously will lead to the consumer trusting the product more. And this is also a way of labeling the producers as responsible ones. So, secondly, by ensuring the origin at the auction places, so we also provide our fish with a better quality, basically. And then obviously this will lead to higher standards in the sector. So we know that different companies, they will have to comply with several requirements, and this kind of leads to continuous improvement. We also believe that this seal can also turn into a tool that will somehow regulate the market. So this work that we have been doing together will address some of the issues that were mentioned in the first panels today. So not only to establish and to be able to report about the history of the product, I mean, since capture, but also to improve the whole reporting process until the consumer. So have you been facing some difficulties? Yeah, of course. I mean, there's always some difficulties in the beginning, especially we believe that our efforts, for instance, the training that we are providing, that we are using language that is accessible to the sector. For instance, guides that are too complex, the sector won't be able to do much with them. So we are adapting. So we are adapting our contents to the way the sector works. So when is the seal going to be implemented? I believe by the first trimester of 2026, it will already be in place. So we're still doing training and some work between different entities, but that it will be implemented by the time. Regarding the MSC certification process, as a clearly collaborative effort, what impacts would you highlight for the sector and for the value chain? Well, this certification was obviously an historical milestone. We'll talk about something involving two countries, Portugal and Spain, over 300 vessels, 15 producer association of both countries. So the impact is clear, and but I believe the first impact is the fact that we were able to create a better image of the Portuguese sardine, in the international markets. Then, secondly, benefits for the consumer, because we talk about consumers who are environmentally conscious, and so we talk about markets that absorb a lot of our exports. So these are consumers that are very sensible to environmental issues and to the good practices. So it also allows us to distinguish our product in a positive way. And finally, it also consolidates the Iberian cooperation between Portugal and Spain with good results, and this has been a very positive alternative. If we take into account the fact that the European Union wants to include the management of sardine in the European regulations. So I don't think that these regulations can easily be adapted to the specifics of the sardine market. So, for instance, in case you need to change something, it takes forever because you need permission from Brussels. So if the management of the sardine catching is kept, is then just in Portugal and Spain, it's easier to implement this management, to adapt it to the reality of the sector, to the specifics of the market. So, and I believe that it was due to that we were able to survive the last crisis we had, because if we were to apply what was suggested at the time, we wouldn't be able to, wouldn't even have a fleet to address the issues. Finally, let me just focus more on a challenge that because this certification also implies a commitment to continuous improvement, because certification is not a final process. It's not like something you achieve and then for 5 years you don't have to talk about it, about the issues anymore. No, it's a dynamic. So even the criteria are constantly being changed, and we have to be able to adapt to these to the new requirements. For instance, the requirements of the different ecosystems and the impact on the ecosystem. So I would also like to talk about adding value to I don't think I'm pretty sure it wasn't a coincidence. It was also merit of the certification. But for instance, we saw in 2025, we saw the average price of a sardine going up. So it went up by about 15%, which is significant, and it contributed to the 4 and something percent that were mentioned early today by the Secretary of State. So sardine alone went up by 15%, and obviously this is not just due to the work done by MSC, but also other factors. such as the quality, the different characteristics of the sardine this year. We'll talk about bigger sardines with more quality. So, and it had the proper size to be industrially processed by the different industries. So this obviously led to added value. Hopefully, next year it will be the same, but we can't expect a 15% increase every year. But this is something that happened, and it's a good thing that it happened. So I say it again. The certification had obviously a very positive impact. Nothing is forever. Obviously, this is just beginning of a new cycle that will involve will lead to us having to commit to other tasks. And it's important also that we keep working together. That we create a sense of union. And I believe that by doing that, we will always to face all the challenges in the future and also to improve several different aspects. So, Luis Sousa, in your view, is public funding needed to support creation and maintenance of these structures, both to improve the sector's internal organization and to promote and add value to Portuguese seafood? I would say that financing is necessary, but I don't think it's necessary for an organization that presents a sector to work. So something we have in our country, we are not the only example. There are several other examples in Europe of organizations that depend on subsidies. So we have many organizations that are not recognized by their members in terms of the added value they can provide. So I think we don't need these organizations. We need organizations that are recognized and that can add value to the companies they represent. So, and if we do that, we will have an industry and we have companies that are strong enough and companies that will not need public financing to work. When do we need financing and European financing, for instance? For projects that are disruptive for the sector. So projects that will make our that will make us more competitive. So how can we make this? Not by sponsoring individual projects. No, we need projects that will have a transformative impact. So, and that would put our industry at the top, in the world. So, because I truly believe that, and I know that many of the industries we have, at top level globally. I mean, no doubt about that. But we need more companies like this, especially. And when we talk about European funds, we need to look at updated criteria, like for instance, criteria that define what a small or medium-sized company is. Because when we say that a big company, is a company that has a turnover of more than 50 millions, I mean, no, I mean, we just need to have to go look at the Spanish example and to see what a big company is. I mean, a large company there is way bigger than any big company in Portugal. So we have to deconstruct some of the ideas, some of the concepts we have. So we have companies that are going slower, and they are kind of going at a pace where they don't turn into bigger companies. They want to continue being small or medium-sized companies to still be able to access European funds. So we need to redefine a lot of criteria. So we would be, if we were able to do this, we would be open for more financing for our companies. And when we talk about funding, we also have to think that this is an investment that is done by the state and by the European Union. It's money that is invested in the company, but there is a return. So, because sometimes we hear, okay, this company has already been granted, I don't know how many million euros of European funds. Sure, this is true, but this is very often companies that will also, give back. I mean, twice as much or even more the money they were given. So these are the companies that also contribute more to the national economy. So these are the companies that create more job opportunities. So and so I've had the privilege of working with many of these companies, and my perspective has always been that the money, it's the companies who know what they know. They know what should be done with the money. So it's obviously it is no question that the money should be made available to the companies. So an association that needs public funding to survive, I mean, is already basically condemned to die. So I guess it makes sense to just make it quicker. So I mean, so we need to end up with associations that can better represent the sector. So strong associations. So something I don't want to. For instance, we know what a chain is and the benefits we can get from it. So, but and we're talking about a field that I know quite well. I had a very active role in supporting many initiatives in these areas, and it is kind of disheartening to see that 15 years later, many million euros later, the sector hasn't necessarily improved that much. I mean, and this the idea of this chain, it has to involve everyone. So, because I believe that first, aquaculture also has a very relevant role, and it is no. I mean, there is no conflict between aquaculture and fisheries, so they can go hand in hand, and we have very good examples of companies that were initially just in the fishery sector, but now they're also in the aquaculture sector. So there is no industry without fishery, and there is no food without all these industries existing. So, and if they are able to work together in a consistent way, we have a sector, a more successful sector that can also play an important role externally. So, again, I was already on the other side, the side that provides the funding, and I can see sometimes how difficult it is for companies to actually to really benefit from the funding. For instance, when we talk about having a fleet that is more sustainable, a fleet that is more efficient. So this is a speech that is not consistent to the speech where about there isn't enough support for the sector. So and I believe that well, for instance, when I look at this room, I can see many examples of things that should be addressed carefully, and we're not doing that. Also, in terms of European funds, so we have to be able to use these funds in a responsible way because they are not they are limited. So it's not a lot of money. So we'll talk about a sector that represents about 1.4 billion euros in terms of exports. So when we talk about 500 million euros, of funding for this sector, so it's obviously not a lot. So we expect a lot of cuts in terms of funding, and if they do happen, it will be tragic, and we have to address this issue as well. And we also need to think of support for entities. For example, ALIF is part of the European Seafood Europe, so association with several member states. It also has Norway, the United Kingdom, and it has plays a big role also in terms of the dialogue, the European dialogue in this sector. So we need to have the entire sector represented there with an active voice. So, for instance, when I see DGRM and they what entity that has enough support to represent the Portuguese state, and I believe that all the other entities, they should also have some support to give some active voice to the sector. Narcís, do you believe that IPMA should play an even more active and closer role with companies in a more applied research approach to directly support the adoption of best practices in the sector? Well, thank you for the question. Well, IPMA already has applied research, so obviously a perfect situation would be if we had people knocking at our door, coming to us with problems. So because we have always had this tradition of establishing links with the companies and being able to find out how we can develop activities that will cause this impact, that will lead to this impact. Of course, this applied research we have also leads to a need of developing studies that can accelerate the development of good practices. For instance, what we are doing in terms of the industry, the prototypes that products we are developing. So these are questions that for instance, we have to study, for instance, the maximum amount that the species can be kept in the can be stored under certain conditions. So these are all questions that we have to address so that we can also go talk to producers and provide them with some technical solutions, for instance, in terms of storing certain species and cold, for instance, when we talk about freezing the products, for instance. So we also have to, together with the sector, we have to develop ideas that can be then used by the markets. I'm thinking, for instance, I have colleagues that have worked on developing the fish sausages, the so-called salsichas, so these prototypes were made and then they knocked at the doors of industries, but they never made it to the market. So, and we know that this, we'll talk about, this is a food item that has advantages, because we know that, for instance, younger generations, they eat less and less fish nowadays. And a sausage doesn't have the visual impact of a fish, and it is also easier to eat. So for younger generations of all the generations have the habit, and it's also a pleasure to eat like a whole fish. When we talk about the youth, it is more difficult because it demands more works, and so yeah, we have to adapt the market to products that are convenient. I give this example of the sausages because they usually say you need to dance the tango, and there are certain things that are developed by us, and then we feel like we didn't really succeed because we didn't get we weren't able to get the message to the people. So this idea of developing functional products is one of the things that we do. Also to look at the so it is also necessary that because some of these projects they never reach the markets because and it's a pity. For instance, I think of the fish hamburger developed also by us with anti-Alzheimer properties, and but it is a product that also not reached the markets yet. So I think maybe we need to develop more activities together. Even though we do have other projects that did see the daylight. For instance, in the past, I had a German business owner who knocked at our door because he couldn't use certain fish species for cosmetics. But then he asked us, okay, to look at algae and maybe see if we can extract the ingredients from there. So yeah, and this is basically what we do. I mean, our research work is that, and it is obviously a pleasure for us to be able to respond to the needs of the sector and to because the research we do is not just it's just not it isn't just pure research. I mean, it's research that has to be connected to the needs of the market. So I know that I mentioned algae, but algae we'll talk about a food item that has for instance, I have two students of mine who did the masters with me, and they have been doing a lot of work also with algae, and so yeah, there is sort of so we are trying to get to the markets. We're trying to change mentalities. Obviously, this takes time. For instance, when you said that in 15 years nothing has changed, well, I say maybe some things have changed. Not all of them are visible, but this transfer of knowledge is basically it's the backbone of our research. So it would be it is beneficial for the industry, but also for IPMA, because that is basically the reason we exist. So we try to answer and to the questions that we ask. So the last question now for Diana. So we already exceeded our time by 6 minutes. So the seal that has been mentioned. So are there other similar experiences that could serve as references either within the restaurant industry or in other sectors? Yes, there are several initiatives, national initiatives, also international initiatives that prove that the certification can actually transform the value chain. For instance, we mentioned the blue seal. For instance, the restaurant sector. We talk about first. There is the seal, the selection seal for gastronomy and wines, seal to recognize restaurants that promote Portuguese gastronomy. We talk about 300 restaurants. We also have the certification project, the DOP. So this is being done with local producers in order to ensure the certification of the origin, the traceability. For instance, the sustainability seals, and energetic efficiency, this is also something that can improve the quality of the markets. And so these experiences that I have mentioned, they are also proof that when we have some way of, some reference, some quality reference, supported by continuous training, this will lead to improvements in the sector. So this seal that was developed together with Toca Pesca is also part of this logic of adding value, creating trust, and also improving the way we compete. And yeah. So I'm asking the members of the audience again if there are some questions. We do have a question. I would like you to stand and to tell us who you want to ask the question to. Thank you for the invitation. Carlos Cruz, Apropesc, Povo de Varzim. So my association, if it was not the first, it was the second to be a candidate to the project. So when I did this, I didn't wait for someone to provide me with the containers. No, we acquired the containers, we gave the containers to our members, and we had to do our homework. So to just say, okay, here are the containers, use them, put and bring the garbage back. So no. So we had to do more. So we had to explain to our members that a plastic bottle will take to tell them that how long a plastic bottle will remain in the sea. So it was difficult to. So we had to do even more homework by letting them know that all the garbage that is brought back to land, it has to be properly processed as well. So we had to go to schools to explain to children, and also for them to explain to their parents that it is important to keep the seas clean, and so that they understand that all the garbage that ends up in the fishing nets, So the first year we adhered to this project, we had tons of garbage being unloaded in Povo de Varzim, and Toca Pesca they can attest to that. So, and the fact is that now I can say that the sea is actually blue. So if someone tells me the sea is full of garbage, I will say no, not really, because and we know, for instance, the guidebook for good practices was made in Povo de Varzim, but I believe that there is more homework to be done. So because what was done there in Povo de Varzim can be done in other ports as well. So it's important to let people know how long it takes for a bottle of plastic to that, for instance, a cigarette stub will stay 5 years, in the water. So you didn't want to ask a question; you just wanted to provide us with some personal experiences. Okay, so this. So if there are there's one more question. Good, Josh from ADAP. I would like to congratulate Toca Pesca for this event, the 5th edition. I'd just like to make 3 comments. Humberto, Josh, I don't need to say anything to you. We speak the same language. Luis Souza, I have a huge appreciation for you and your work. I wish you all success. Narcís Bandarra, also, we have we have worked together several times, but I would like to add something regarding your institution. So the work you do is basically past capture. We think it would make sense. We would like to more work to be done also prior to the capture, because we are right at the beginning of the chain, and the work that is being developed in terms of that is still precarious. Obviously, we know you don't have enough resources, but if we're able to have that work done, that is also the only way we have sometimes to respond to some of the demands that come from Brussels. So I know that IPMA doesn't have enough resources. So, and for instance, whenever we buy a vessel with the goal of doing everything at sea, we end up with a vessel that won't do anything. So and we still don't know what. So the VMEs that are, in our platform, we still don't know what we are protecting, because it would be essential for us, crucial for us to know what exactly we are protecting. So after all this time, we still don't know. So obviously, I mean, I would also like, regarding Aresp, I believe for Doca Pesca isn't just a service provider, but as a partnership. And IPMA, for instance, had a brilliant initiative some time ago. It was a certification for acquisition at an auction place. Isn't the seal you were talking about, isn't it pretty much the same thing? Because this certification, the certificate was basically something that would allow the consumer to know that the fish was did fulfill all the criteria in terms of food safety. So I didn't quite understand if basically you're just relaunching this concept. So start with Luis, and maybe 10 seconds. I would only like to say that obviously our restaurants, they add a lot of value to our seafood, because first we have millions of tourists visiting our country every year, and our seafood can be consumed in our restaurants fresh. So, and this is obviously added value. And those tourists can, when they leave the country, they can take our seafood, in cans. So they can also locally we can find our seafood. Salted and frozen. So obviously, so this means that it makes sense to work together and not. If we add to this the fact that we have more need for food globally, so fish. If we add to that the fact that fish is beneficial in terms of nutrition, so we not even talk about the companies competing against each other, because the demand is way higher than the offer at the moment, supply. So I would also like, Narcisa, I would also like to say that the questions you referred to regarding IPMA. So I'm more involved with the quality, but let me tell you, some years ago, I was on board of the fishing vessels in Peniche, and I was there validating the containers, the amount of ice. So I think you can't get any more applied work than this. So the question regarding the VMEs, I could maybe address. I can have my colleague address that because it's not my fieldwork. Ivan Figueiredo, IPMA. Well, my entire history at IPMA was is connected to what you mentioned. So what happens before processing? So I would like to say that at the moment we're going to have the resources to respond to what you are asking from us. So I always said that IPMA could only be a proper lab state if we had the resources, the vessels, okay, to ensure that. So I don't share. I don't totally agree with everything you said because for instance, when we are at sea, the what we observe is a bit different from what you as you know the fishing companies observe, because we, for instance, when the fisherman is at sea, they go to some location where they know they will be more likely to find fish, but we try to go to all the areas. We try to be at areas where the species might occur on a more or less frequent basis. So IPMA supports the fishing industry, but it is also related to the environmental part, and this is crucial because in terms, for instance, the legislation that is being published, we have to ensure that that what we are doing is viable in terms of environment. So regarding the VMEs, I share your concerns. So we did some experiments there. We are going to repeat it as well. So in other fields, in other areas, the ones you mentioned would actually have more impact on your activities. So we can't do everything, but it is crucial for me, and that Portugal as a member state has the right terms to play, right? So I would also like to thank you for the question, and would like to clarify that is that it is so the seal is not distinct from the certificate that existed until now. We just want to basically make it involve more things, and so it will be like an addition to that certificate. I know you would like to add something. This is just a little note to the restaurant sector. So obviously the restaurant sector is important in terms of the consumption of seafood, and we believe that very often the restaurant sector does not take advantage of moments where certain species are sold at a very low price. I guess sometimes it's got to do with logistics of not only the restaurant sector but transportation sector. But we don't. You don't need to coordinate with us. You just have to ask Doca Pesca, because they have the constant information about species that are being sold at a price that is below average. So, and it's over nice to talk about certification and blue seals, but if this doesn't translate into profit and more job opportunities and a better quality of life for people, then it's not worth the effort. Thank you. I'm just gonna briefly summarize what was said. So some very important ideas were mentioned. For instance, it was mentioned that we should advance to create a chain, production chain. It was also mentioned that the transformative effect of European funds can only happen in a market that is less fragmented than what we have today. Also, the importance of partnerships was highlighted. It was also suggested that the brand Portugal needs to be developed. A good example, an example of good practice is the work that is being done together by Doca Pesca and Toresc with the label to also the relationship of researchers and industry. For instance, the fish hamburger was an example of something that is still waiting to reach the market. So, and also, thank you all for this very interesting discussion. Thank you also for attending. So we will be back at 2:30 in the afternoon with the session dedicated to the theme Building into Professional Seafood Association. See you soon and have a good lunch. Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Did the doctor send you a message?
Yes. Please tell me.
Na pesca não há desigualdades, já dizia o pescador. No mar são todos iguais, o mesmo não escolhe cor, nem género, nem seja o que for que nos distingue enquanto seres humanos. Se temos todos o mesmo valor, interessa o quanto nos valorizamos. O mar é grande, mas para isso é parvoíce do ser humano. O mar é grande, mas sem espaço para isso, porque lá é que tens que ser humano.
Eu me sinto sempre muito bem aqui. E os portugueses são boas pessoas, é verdade. Tenho muitos amigos. Nunca fui discriminado, nunca. Não existe um país melhor aqui na Europa para viver. É tudo fresquinho, até peixe fresco, todos os dias.
Isso é coisa de ser humano que não aprendeu a ser amor. Para nós o mar é azul, mas a mar nós somos incolor. E no mar nós somos incolor, nem idade nem género que nos valha. Só a produtividade, assiduidade ou antiguidade em cada batalha, que são travadas diariamente na linha da frente em cada porto ou lota. E pelo menos cá na gente da minha terra, reconhecimento é para todos, não importa. Nacionalidade, origem étnica, convicção religiosa ou político ou ideológica, nem orientação sexual, nem estado civil, nem idade ou sexo ou situação económica.
Não sinto nenhum tipo de discriminação, já nem me considero mais brasileiro, já me consideram português. Tem a maneira deles de ser. Como eu sou de fora, eu tenho que me adaptar às pessoas aqui, não as pessoas se adaptarem a mim. Não tem problema de cor, nem de nacionalidade, nem nada. Brincam, como sempre, como todos, em qualquer lugar, por acaso não tem um que me queixar.
Sejas tu de onde fores, ou venhas tu de onde venhas, ou sejas tu quem fores, o que interessa é que retenhas. Porque aqui não há privilegiado, beneficiado, prejudicado, privado ou isento de qualquer direito, porque aqui ninguém é julgado pelo que é por fora ou por dentro. Aqui só há mérito dado a quem tiver suado e pelo seu trabalhado independentemente. Na pesca as únicas diferenças são na expressão de quem vai e volta ou não, sorridente.
Ao mar não interessa a cor da pele, nacionalidade ou religião. Todas aceitam nas suas águas.
Quando o respeitamos, ele olha por nós. Ele olha por todos de forma igual. Ao mar não interessa o gênero, idade ou estudo social. Ao mar só interessa a vida.
Para a Doca Pesca, respeitar o mar é também respeitar a diferença.
E todos tratar com igualdade, sem discriminação.
É assim a pesca. E eu sou o pesca.
Eu sou 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 pesca.
Doca Pesca. Somos todos pesca.
Nós sempre estivemos aqui. As mulheres esperavam pelos pescadores, descarregavam e vendiam o peixe. Geriam a vida em terra para que os homens pudessem ir para o mar. A pesca é um trabalho a muitas mãos, com lugar para todo tipo de pessoas. E deixa-me feliz perceber que o género já não tem de ditar o nosso lugar. Isto é libertador para as mulheres, mas também para os homens.
Uma comunidade unida e resiliente depende da colaboração e partilha de conhecimento entre todos. O futuro das nossas comunidades é aquele em que as mulheres têm igualdade de acesso e oportunidade.
No mar e em terra, na lota e na liderança.
Right, so there's a churrasco place close by if they don't have provisions.
When you say nearby, like what?
300.
Ah, okay. There's no need to.
Doca Pesca, lixo marinho. O lixo marinho, em particular o de plástico, é um dos maiores flagelos globais do nosso tempo que coloca em causa a sustentabilidade dos ecossistemas. Ciente da seriedade desta realidade, a Doca Pesca promove diversas ações com o propósito de alertar, educar e combater este problema, ao mesmo tempo que procura criar as condições ideais para o tratamento e recolha dos resíduos e o seu encaminhamento para os destinos adequados. O projeto A Pesca por um Mar Sem Lixo promove a redução dos resíduos marinhos, as boas práticas ambientais dos profissionais da pesca e a valorização e reciclagem dos resíduos gerados a bordo e recolhidos no mar. No âmbito deste projeto, são também desenvolvidas ações de limpeza costeira abertas às comunidades locais. A Doca Pesca assegura ainda ações de sensibilização sobre a problemática do lixo marinho junto de pescadores, armadores e alunos e professores de escolas de todo o país. A adoção de medidas e comportamentos preventivos e responsáveis é fundamental na proteção do nosso mar. Doca Pesca. Visite-nos em docapesca.pt.
Nós não fomos cuidar do mar, depois onde é que vamos tirar a nossa rentabilidade para as nossas casas? Acho que é um bom projeto e devem todas as embarcações aderir ao projeto.
Aqui em Peniche, os pescadores estão-se a juntar a esta iniciativa. Juntos vamos conseguir reduzir esta quantidade de lixo no mar e depois espalhar a mensagem para o nosso país e temos uma força muito grande aqui em Portugal para o combate ao lixo marinho.
Na pesca não há desigualdades, já dizia o pescador. No mar são todos iguais, o mesmo não escolhe cor, nem género, nem seja o que for que nos distingue enquanto seres humanos. Se temos todos o mesmo valor, interessa o quanto nos valorizamos. O mar é grande, mas para isso é prejuízo do ser humano. O mar é grande, mas sem espaço para isso, porque lá é que tens que ser humano.
Eu me sinto sempre muito bem aqui. E os portugueses são boas pessoas, isto é verdade. Tenho muitos amigos. Nunca fui discriminado, nunca. Não existe um país melhor aqui na Europa para viver. É tudo fresquinho, até peixe fresco, todos os dias.
Isso é coisa de ser humano que não aprendeu a ser amor. Para nós o mar é azul, mas a mar nós somos incolor. E no mar nós somos incolor, nem idade nem género que nos valha. Só a produtividade, assiduidade ou antiguidade em cada batalha, que são travadas diariamente na linha da frente em cada porto ou lota. E pelo menos cá na gente da minha terra, reconhecimento é para todos, não importa nacionalidade, origem étnica, convicção religiosa ou política ou ideológica, nem orientação sexual, nem estado civil, nem idade ou sexo ou situação económica.
Não sinto nenhum tipo de discriminação, já nem me considero mais brasileiro, já me considero português. Tem a maneira deles de ser, como eu sou de fora, eu tenho que me adaptar, as pessoas aqui não, as pessoas se adaptarem a mim. Não tem problema de cor, nem de nacionalidade, nem nada. Brincam, como sempre, como todos, em qualquer lugar, por acaso não tem um que me queixar.
Sejas tu de onde fores, ou venhas tu de onde venhas, ou sejas tu quem fores, o que interessa é que retenhas, que aqui não há privilegiado, beneficiado, prejudicado, privado ou isento de qualquer direito, porque aqui ninguém é julgado pelo que é por fora ou por dentro. Aqui só há mérito dado a quem tiver suado e pelo seu trabalhado independentemente. Na pesca as únicas diferenças são na expressão de quem vai e volta ou não, sorridente.
Ao mar não interessa a cor da pele, nacionalidade ou religião. Todas aceitam nas suas águas.
Quando o respeitamos, ele olha por nós. Ele olha por todos de forma igual. Ao mar não interessa o gênero, idade ou estudo social. Ao mar só interessa a vida.
Para a Doca Pesca, respeitar o mar é também respeitar a diferença.
E todos tratar com igualdade, sem discriminação.
É assim a pesca. E eu sou pesca.
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 Doca Pesca. Somos todos pesca.
Nós sempre estivemos aqui. As mulheres esperavam pelos pescadores, descarregavam e vendiam o peixe. Geriam a vida em terra para que os homens pudessem ir para o mar. A pesca é um trabalho a muitas mãos, com lugar para todo tipo de pessoas. E deixa-me feliz perceber que o género já não tem de ditar o nosso lugar. Isto é libertador para as mulheres, mas também para os homens.
Uma comunidade unida e resiliente depende da colaboração e partilha de conhecimento entre todos. O futuro das nossas comunidades é aquele em que as mulheres têm igualdade de acesso e oportunidade.
No mar e em terra, na lota e na liderança.
Doca Pesca, lixo marinho. O lixo marinho, em particular o de plástico, é um dos maiores flagelos globais do nosso tempo que coloca em causa a sustentabilidade dos ecossistemas. Ciente da seriedade desta realidade, a Doca Pesca promove diversas ações com o propósito de alertar, educar e combater este problema, ao mesmo tempo que procura criar as condições ideais para o tratamento e recolha dos resíduos e o seu encaminhamento para os destinos adequados. O projeto A Pesca por um Mar Sem Lixo promove a redução dos resíduos marinhos, as boas práticas ambientais dos profissionais da pesca e a valorização e reciclagem dos resíduos gerados a bordo e recolhidos no mar. No âmbito deste projeto, são também desenvolvidas ações de limpeza costeira abertas às comunidades locais. A Doca Pesca assegura ainda ações de sensibilização sobre a problemática do lixo marinho junto de pescadores, armadores e alunos e professores de escolas de todo o país. A adoção de medidas e comportamentos preventivos e responsáveis é fundamental na proteção do nosso mar. Doca Pesca. Visite-nos em docapesca.pt.
Nós não fomos cuidar do mar, depois onde é que vamos tirar a nossa rentabilidade para as nossas casas? Acho que é um bom projeto e devem todas as embarcações aderir ao projeto.
Aqui em Peniche, os pescadores estão-se a juntar a esta iniciativa. Juntos vamos conseguir reduzir esta quantidade de lixo no mar e depois espalhar a mensagem para o nosso país e temos uma força muito grande aqui em Portugal para o combate ao lixo marinho.
Na pesca não há desigualdades, já dizia o pescador. No mar são todos iguais, o mesmo não escolhe cor, nem género, nem seja o que for, que nos distingue enquanto seres humanos. Se temos todos o mesmo valor, interessa o quanto nos valorizamos. O mar é grande, mas para isso é parvoíce do ser humano. O mar é grande, mas sem espaço para isso, porque lá é que tens que ser humano.
Eu me sinto sempre muito bem aqui. E os portugueses são boas pessoas, é verdade. Tenho muitos amigos. Nunca fui discriminado, nunca. Não existe um país melhor aqui na Europa para viver. É tudo fresquinho, até peixe fresco, todos os dias.
Isso é coisa de ser humano que não aprendeu a ser amor. Para nós o mar é azul, mas a mar nós somos incolor. E no mar nós somos incolor, nem idade nem género que nos valha. Só a produtividade, assiduidade ou antiguidade em cada batalha, que são travadas diariamente na linha da frente em cada porto ou lota. E pelo menos cá na gente da minha terra, reconhecimento é para todos, não importa. Nacionalidade, origem étnica, convicção religiosa ou política ou ideológica, nem orientação sexual, nem estado civil, nem idade ou sexo ou situação económica.
Não sinto nenhum tipo de discriminação, já nem me considero mais brasileiro, já me consideram português. Tem a maneira deles de ser, como eu sou de fora, eu tenho que me adaptar às pessoas aqui, não as pessoas se adaptarem a mim. Não tem problema de cor, nem de nacionalidade, nem nada. brincam como sempre, como todos, em qualquer lugar, por acaso não tem o que me queixar.
Sejas tu de onde fores, ou venhas tu de onde venhas, ou sejas tu quem fores, o que interessa é que retenhas. Porque aqui não há privilegiado, beneficiado, prejudicado, privado ou isento de qualquer direito, porque aqui ninguém é julgado pelo que é por fora ou por dentro. Aqui só há mérito dado a quem tiver suado e pelo seu trabalhado independentemente. Na pesca, as únicas diferenças são na expressão de quem vai e volta ou não, sorridente.
Ao mar não interessa a cor da pele, nacionalidade ou religião. Todas aceitam nas suas águas.
Quando o respeitamos, ele olha por nós. Ele olha por todos de forma igual. Ao mar não interessa o gênero, idade ou estudo social. Ao mar só interessa a vida.
Para a Doca Pesca, respeitar o mar é também respeitar a diferença.
E todos tratar com igualdade, sem discriminação.
É assim a pesca. E eu sou pesca.
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 Doca Pesca. Somos todos pesca.
Nós sempre estivemos aqui. As mulheres esperavam pelos pescadores, descarregavam e vendiam o peixe. Geriam a vida em terra para que os homens pudessem ir para o mar. A pesca é um trabalho a muitas mãos, com lugar para todo tipo de pessoas. E deixa-me feliz perceber que o género já não tem de ditar o nosso lugar. Isto é libertador para as mulheres, mas também para os homens.
Uma comunidade unida e resiliente depende da colaboração e partilha de conhecimento entre todos. O futuro das nossas comunidades é aquele em que as mulheres têm igualdade de acesso e oportunidade.
No mar e em terra, na lota e na liderança.
Doca Pesca, lixo marinho. O lixo marinho, em particular o de plástico, é um dos maiores flagelos globais do nosso tempo que coloca em causa a sustentabilidade dos ecossistemas. Ciente da seriedade desta realidade, a Doca Pesca promove diversas ações com o propósito de alertar, educar e combater este problema, ao mesmo tempo que procura criar as condições ideais para o tratamento e recolha dos resíduos e o seu encaminhamento para os destinos adequados. O projeto A Pesca por um Mar Sem Lixo promove a redução dos resíduos marinhos, as boas práticas ambientais dos profissionais da pesca e a valorização e reciclagem dos resíduos gerados a bordo e recolhidos no mar. No âmbito deste projeto, são também desenvolvidas ações de limpeza costeira abertas às comunidades locais. A Doca Pesca assegura ainda ações de sensibilização sobre a problemática do lixo marinho junto de pescadores, armadores e alunos e professores de escolas de todo o país. A adoção de medidas e comportamentos preventivos e responsáveis é fundamental na proteção do nosso mar. Doca Pesca. Visite-nos em docapesca.pt.
formos cuidar do mar, depois onde é que vamos tirar a nossa rentabilidade para as nossas casas? Acho que é um bom projeto e devem todas as embarcações aderir ao projeto.
Aqui em Peniche, os pescadores estão-se a juntar a esta iniciativa. Juntos vamos conseguir reduzir esta quantidade de lixo no mar e depois espalhar a mensagem para o nosso país e temos uma força muito grande aqui em Portugal para o combate ao lixo marinho.
Na pesca não há desigualdades, já dizia o pescador. No mar são todos iguais, o mesmo não escolhe cor, nem género, nem seja o que for que nos distingue enquanto seres humanos. Se temos todos o mesmo valor, interessa o quanto nos valorizamos. O mar é grande, mas para isso é parvoíce do ser humano. O mar é grande, mas sem espaço para isso, porque lá é que tens que ser humano.
Eu me sinto sempre muito bem aqui. E os portugueses são boas pessoas, isto é verdade. Tenho muitos amigos. Nunca fui discriminado, nunca. Não existe um país melhor aqui na Europa para viver. É tudo fresquinho, até peixe fresco, todos os dias.
Isso é coisa de ser humano que não aprendeu a ser amor. Para nós o mar é azul, mas a mar nós somos incolor. E no mar nós somos incolor, nem idade nem género que nos valha. Só a produtividade, assiduidade ou antiguidade em cada batalha, que são travadas diariamente na linha da frente em cada porto ou lota. E pelo menos cá na gente da minha terra, reconhecimento é para todos, não importa nacionalidade, origem étnica, convicção religiosa ou político-ideológica, nem orientação sexual, nem estado civil, nem idade ou sexo ou situação económica.
Não sinto nenhum tipo de discriminação, já nem me considero mais brasileiro, já me consideram português. Tem a maneira deles de ser, como eu sou de fora, eu tenho que me adaptar, as pessoas aqui não, as pessoas se adaptarem a mim. Não tem problema de cor, nem de nacionalidade, nem nada. Brincam, como sempre, como todos, em qualquer lugar, por acaso não tem um que me queixar.
Sejas tu de onde fores, ou venhas tu de onde venhas, ou sejas tu quem fores, o que interessa é que retenhas. Porque aqui não há privilegiado, beneficiado, prejudicado, privado ou isento de qualquer direito, porque aqui ninguém é julgado pelo que é por fora ou por dentro. Aqui só há mérito dado a quem tiver suado e pelo seu trabalhado independentemente. Na pesca, as únicas diferenças são na expressão de quem vai e volta ou não, sorridente.
Ao mar não interessa a cor da pele, nacionalidade ou religião. Todas aceitam nas suas águas.
Quando o respeitamos, ele olha por nós. Ele olha por todos de forma igual. Ao mar não interessa o gênero, idade ou estudo social. Ao mar só interessa a vida.
Para a Doca Pesca, respeitar o mar é também respeitar a diferença.
E todos tratar com igualdade, sem discriminação.
É assim a pesca. E eu sou pesca.
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 Doca Pesca. Somos todos pesca.
Nós sempre estivemos aqui. As mulheres esperavam pelos pescadores, descarregavam e vendiam o peixe. Geriam a vida em terra para que os homens pudessem ir para o mar. A pesca é um trabalho a muitas mãos, com lugar para todo tipo de pessoas. E deixa-me feliz perceber que o género já não tem de ditar o nosso lugar. Isto é libertador para as mulheres, mas também para os homens.
Uma comunidade unida e resiliente depende da colaboração e partilha de conhecimento entre todos. O futuro das nossas comunidades é aquele em que as mulheres têm igualdade de acesso e oportunidade.
No mar e em terra, na lota e na liderança.
Doca Pesca, lixo marinho. O lixo marinho, em particular o de plástico, é um dos maiores flagelos globais do nosso tempo que coloca em causa a sustentabilidade dos ecossistemas. Ciente da seriedade desta realidade, a Doca Pesca promove diversas ações com o propósito de alertar, educar e combater este problema, ao mesmo tempo que procura criar as condições ideais para o tratamento e recolha dos resíduos e o seu encaminhamento para os destinos adequados. O projeto A Pesca por um Mar Sem Lixo promove a redução dos resíduos marinhos, as boas práticas ambientais dos profissionais da pesca e a valorização e reciclagem dos resíduos gerados a bordo e recolhidos no mar. No âmbito deste projeto, são também desenvolvidas ações de limpeza costeira abertas às comunidades locais. A Doca Pesca assegura ainda ações de sensibilização sobre a problemática do lixo marinho junto de pescadores, armadores e alunos e professores de escolas de todo o país. A adoção de medidas e comportamentos preventivos e responsáveis é fundamental na proteção do nosso mar. Doca Pesca. Visite-nos em docapesca.pt.
Nós não fomos cuidar do mar, depois onde é que vamos tirar a nossa rentabilidade para as nossas casas? Acho que é um bom projeto e devem todas as embarcações aderir ao projeto.
Aqui em Peniche, os pescadores estão-se a juntar a esta iniciativa. Juntos vamos conseguir reduzir esta quantidade de lixo no mar e depois espalhar a mensagem para o nosso país e temos uma força muito grande aqui em Portugal para o combate ao lixo marinho.
Na pesca não há desigualdades, já dizia o pescador. No mar são todos iguais, o mesmo não escolhe cor, nem género, nem seja o que for que nos distingue enquanto seres humanos. Se temos todos o mesmo valor, interessa o quanto nos valorizamos. O mar é grande, mas para isso é parvoíce do ser humano. O mar é grande, mas sem espaço para isso, porque lá é que tens que ser humano.
Eu me sinto sempre muito bem aqui. E os portugueses são boas pessoas, isto é verdade. Tenho muitos amigos. Nunca fui discriminado, nunca. Não existe um país melhor aqui na Europa para viver. É tudo fresquinho, até peixe fresco, todos os dias.
Isso é coisa de ser humano que não aprendeu a ser amor. Para nós o mar é azul, mas a mar nós somos incolor. E no mar nós somos incolor, nem idade nem género que nos valha. Só a produtividade, assiduidade ou antiguidade em cada batalha, que são travadas diariamente na linha da frente em cada porto ou lota. E pelo menos cá na gente da minha terra, reconhecimento é para todos, não importa nacionalidade, origem étnica, convicção religiosa ou política ou ideológica, nem orientação sexual, nem estado civil, nem idade ou sexo ou situação económica.
Não sinto nenhum tipo de discriminação, já nem me considero mais brasileiro, já me considero português. Tem a maneira deles de ser, como eu sou de fora, eu tenho que me adaptar às pessoas aqui, não as pessoas se adaptarem a mim. Não tem problema de cor, nem de nacionalidade, nem nada. Brincam, como sempre, como todos, em qualquer lugar, por acaso não tem o que me queixar.
Sejas tu de onde fores, ou venhas tu de onde venhas, ou sejas tu quem fores, o que interessa é que retenhas. Porque aqui não há privilegiado, beneficiado, prejudicado, privado ou isento de qualquer direito, porque aqui ninguém é julgado pelo que é por fora ou por dentro. Aqui só há mérito dado a quem tiver suado e pelo seu trabalhado independentemente. Na pesca as únicas diferenças são na expressão de quem vai e volta ou não, sorridente.
They're really happy to do their job.
Ao mar não interessa a cor da pele, nacionalidade ou religião. Todas aceitam nas suas águas.
Quando o respeitamos, ele olha por nós. Ele olha por todos de forma igual. Ao mar não interessa o gênero, idade ou estudo social. Ao mar só interessa a vida.
Para a Doca Pesca, respeitar o mar é também respeitar a diferença.
E todos tratar com igualdade, sem discriminação.
É assim a pesca. E eu sou o pesca.
What's he gonna talk about?
Eu sou pesca.
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 And how they work.
Doca Pesca. Somos todos pesca.
How to... Oh, why it creates value in fisheries and process.
Nós sempre estivemos aqui. As mulheres esperavam pelos pescadores, descarregavam e vendiam o peixe. Geriam a vida em terra para que os homens pudessem ir para o mar. A pesca é um trabalho a muitas mãos, com lugar para todo tipo de pessoas. E deixa-me feliz perceber que o género já não tem de ditar o nosso lugar. Isto é libertador para as mulheres, mas também para os homens.
Uma comunidade unida e resiliente depende da colaboração e partilha de conhecimento entre todos. O futuro das nossas comunidades é aquele em que as mulheres têm igualdade de acesso e oportunidade.
No mar e em terra, na lota e na liderança.
She died.
Doutora, so
So
the job went okay, but we have an
We lost a
opening.
life.
We have a
Doca Pesca, lixo marinho. O lixo marinho, em particular o de plástico, é um dos maiores flagelos globais do nosso tempo que coloca em causa a sustentabilidade dos ecossistemas. Ciente da seriedade desta realidade, a Doca Pesca promove diversas ações com o propósito de alertar, educar e combater este problema, ao mesmo tempo que procura criar as condições ideais para o tratamento e recolha dos resíduos e o seu encaminhamento para os destinos adequados. O projeto A Pesca por um Mar Sem Lixo promove a redução dos resíduos marinhos, as boas práticas ambientais dos profissionais da pesca e a valorização e reciclagem dos resíduos gerados a bordo e recolhidos no mar. No âmbito deste projeto, são também desenvolvidas ações de limpeza costeira abertas às comunidades locais. A Doca Pesca assegura ainda ações de sensibilização sobre a problemática do lixo marinho junto de pescadores, armadores e alunos e professores de escolas de todo o país. A adoção de medidas e comportamentos preventivos e responsáveis é fundamental na proteção do nosso mar. Doca Pesca. Visite-nos em docapesca.pt.
Winging it.
No, it's just crazy because I don't know. Because I guess the girl, because she was a she did she have to excel at sign language, so she had to know Spanish.
Yeah. I'm just trying to be close to them.
You understand that if no one has complained to now, it's because
I know, but it's almost time.
Se nós não formos cuidar do mar, depois onde é que vamos tirar a nossa rentabilidade para as nossas casas? Acho que é um bom projeto e devem todas as embarcações aderir ao projeto.
I don't like
like the dots. I mean, come on. Smiley face over there, I mean. Don't have chewing gum or something.
Aqui em Peniche, os pescadores estão-se a juntar a esta iniciativa. Juntos vamos conseguir reduzir esta quantidade de lixo no mar e depois espalhar a mensagem para o nosso país. E temos uma força muito grande aqui em Portugal para o combate ao lixo marinho.
Yeah,
You were chewing on them.
I was, and every 2 minutes.
No, it's just it's something really stuck in my mind.
Okay.
Na pesca não há desigualdades, já dizia o pescador. No mar são todos iguais, o mesmo não escolhe cor, nem género, nem seja o que for que nos distingue enquanto seres humanos. Se temos todos o mesmo valor, interessa o quanto nos valorizamos. O mar é grande, mas para isso é parvoíce do ser humano. O mar é grande, mas sem espaço para isso, porque lá é que tens que ser humano.
Eu me sinto sempre muito bem aqui. E os portugueses são boas pessoas, isto é verdade. Tenho muitos amigos. Nunca fui discriminado, nunca. Não existe um país melhor aqui na Europa para viver. É tudo fresquinho, até peixe fresco, todos os dias.
Isso é coisa de ser humano que não aprendeu a ser amor. Para nós o mar é azul, mas a mar nós somos incolor. E no mar nós somos incolor, nem idade nem género que nos valha. Só a produtividade, assiduidade ou antiguidade em cada batalha, que são travadas diariamente na linha da frente em cada porto ou lota. E pelo menos cá na gente da minha terra, reconhecimento é para todos, não importa nacionalidade, origem étnica, convicção religiosa ou política ou ideológica, nem orientação sexual, nem estado civil, nem idade ou sexo ou situação económica.
Não sinto nenhum tipo de discriminação, já nem me consideram mais brasileiro, já me consideram português. Tem a maneira deles de ser. Como eu sou de fora, eu tenho que me adaptar às pessoas aqui, não as pessoas se adaptarem a mim. Não tem problema de cor, nem de nacionalidade, nem nada. brincam, como sempre, como todos, em qualquer lugar. Por acaso não tem um que me queixar.
Sejas tu de onde fores, ou venhas tu de onde venhas, ou sejas tu quem fores, o que interessa é que retenhas. Porque aqui não há privilegiado, beneficiado, prejudicado, privado ou isento de qualquer direito, porque aqui ninguém é julgado pelo que é por fora ou por dentro. Aqui só há mérito dado a quem tiver suado e pelo seu trabalhado independentemente. Na pesca, as únicas diferenças são na expressão de quem vai e volta ou não, sorridente.
Ao mar não interessa a cor da pele, nacionalidade ou religião. Todas aceitam nas suas águas.
Quando o respeitamos, ele olha por nós. Ele olha por todos de forma igual. Ao mar não interessa o gênero, idade ou estudo social. Ao mar só interessa a vida.
Para a Doca Pesca, respeitar o mar é também respeitar a diferença.
E todos tratar com igualdade, sem discriminação.
É assim a pesca. E eu sou pesca.
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 Doca Pesca. Somos todos
It reminds me
pesca.
there was this ad that was made some years ago in Germany. You know, like they looked like integration, so they had like several people. No, it had something.
Nós sempre estivemos aqui.
But,
As mulheres esperavam pelos pescadores,
was something about
descarregavam
Germany,
e
yes.
vendiam o
It was
peixe.
an ad by the government.
Geriam a vida em terra para que os homens pudessem ir para o mar.
I am German. Ich bin Deutschland. But then this
A
condition,
pesca é
they
um
made it
trabalho
very
a muitas mãos,
Ich bin
com
Deutschland,
lugar
ich bin Deutschland.
para todo tipo de pessoas.
Ich nicht Deutschland,
E
ich bin
deixa-me feliz
Türke.
perceber que o
I'm
género
not
já não
German,
tem
I'm
de ditar o
Turkish.
nosso lugar. Isto é libertador para as mulheres, mas também para os homens.
Uma comunidade unida e resiliente depende da colaboração e partilha de conhecimento entre todos.
No, they actually do.
O futuro das nossas comunidades é aquele em que as mulheres têm igualdade de acesso e
Turkish
oportunidade.
people, they ask, I mean, every sentence they say in German, it's with the structure of a question.
No mar e em terra, na lota e na liderança.
Because I don't know why, I don't know if it's got something with the German, with the Turkish grammar. So instead, if they were speaking English, instead of saying, I am Paulo, am I Paulo?
Oh, am I?
Am I? So it's like they...
Doca
Even though they
Pesca,
are stating
lixo
that they
marinho.
are
O
stating
lixo
that they are.
marinho, em particular o de plástico, é um dos maiores flagelos
Muito
globais do nosso tempo que coloca em causa a sustentabilidade dos ecossistemas. Ciente da seriedade desta realidade, a Doca Pesca promove diversas ações com o propósito de alertar, educar e combater este problema, ao mesmo tempo que procura criar as condições ideais para o tratamento e recolha dos resíduos e o seu encaminhamento para os destinos adequados. O projeto A Pesca por um Mar Sem Lixo promove a redução dos resíduos marinhos, as boas práticas ambientais dos profissionais da pesca e a valorização e reciclagem dos resíduos gerados a bordo e recolhidos no mar. No âmbito deste projeto, são também desenvolvidas ações de limpeza costeira abertas às comunidades locais. A Doca Pesca assegura ainda ações de sensibilização sobre a problemática do lixo marinho junto de pescadores, armadores e alunos e professores de escolas de todo o país. A adoção de medidas e comportamentos preventivos e responsáveis é fundamental na proteção do nosso mar. Doca Pesca. Visite-nos em docapesca.pt.
Okay. So I guess, okay, I'm doing the introduction, and then we go straight to
Gabriela Canha Ortega.
Se nós não formos cuidar do mar, depois onde é que vamos tirar a nossa rentabilidade para as nossas casas? Acho que é um bom projeto e devem todas as embarcações aderir ao projeto.
Who's Ortega? It's Gabriela Ocaña Ortega. I just have Gabriela Ocaña. Shoot. But the Ortega doesn't really matter. His principal, his main surname is this one.
Aqui em Peniche, os pescadores estão-se a juntar a esta iniciativa. Juntos vamos conseguir reduzir esta quantidade de lixo no mar e depois espalhar a mensagem para o nosso país e temos uma força muito grande aqui em Portugal para o combate ao lixo marinho.
She's in charge of waste disposal.
As intended. Maybe she looks like somebody.
So if you throw a bottle of plastic into the ocean, you fill it for 450 years.
Yeah.
So we should actually be throwing more bottles into the ocean because 400 years from now, someone might need a bottle of water and plastic.
That's logic.
Yeah. Imagine. 400 years
Na
from now,
pesca não há desigualdades, já dizia o pescador.
I wish I had a
No mar são
bottle.
todos
Oh,
iguais, o
there's
mesmo não
one.
escolhe cor, nem género, nem seja o que for que nos distingue enquanto seres humanos. Se temos todos o mesmo valor, interessa o quanto nos valorizamos. O mar é grande, mas para isso é parvoíce do ser humano. O mar é grande, mas sem espaço para isso, porque lá é que tens que ser humano.
Eu sinto-se muito bem aqui. E se os portugueses são boas pessoas, isto é verdade. Tenho muitos amigos. Nunca fui discriminado, nunca. Não existe um país melhor aqui na Europa para viver. É tudo fresquinho, até peixe fresco, todos os dias.
Isso é coisa de ser humano que não aprendeu a ser amor. Para nós o mar é azul, mas a mar nós somos incolor. E no mar nós somos incolor, nem idade nem género que nos valha. Só a produtividade, assiduidade ou antiguidade em cada batalha. Que são travadas diariamente na linha da frente em cada porto ou lota. E pelo menos cá na gente da minha terra, reconhecimento é para todos, não importa. Nacionalidade, origem étnica, convicção religiosa ou político-ideológica, nem orientação sexual, nem estado civil, nem idade ou sexo ou situação económica.
Não sinto nenhum tipo de discriminação, já nem me considero mais brasileiro, já me consideram português. Tem a maneira deles de ser, como eu sou de fora, eu tenho que me adaptar, as pessoas aqui não, as pessoas se adaptarem a mim. Não tem problema de cor, nem de nacionalidade, nem nada. Brincam, como sempre, como todos, em qualquer lugar, por acaso não tem um que me queixar.
Sejas tu de onde fores, ou venhas tu de onde venhas, ou sejas tu quem fores, o que interessa é que retenhas. Que aqui não há privilegiado, beneficiado, prejudicado, privado ou isento de qualquer direito, porque aqui ninguém é julgado pelo que é por fora ou por dentro. Aqui só há mérito dado a quem tiver suado e pelo seu trabalhado independentemente. Na pesca, as únicas diferenças são na expressão de quem vai e volta ou não, sorridente.
Ao mar não interessa a cor da pele, nacionalidade ou religião. Todas aceitam nas suas águas.
Quando o respeitamos, ele olha por nós. Ele olha por todos de forma igual. Ao mar não interessa o gênero, idade ou estudo social. Ao mar só interessa a vida.
Para a Doca Pesca, respeitar o mar é também respeitar a diferença.
E todos tratar com igualdade, sem discriminação.
I guess Carla will tell
É assim a pesca. E eu sou pesca.
Eu sou pesca.
Sim.
Eu sou pesca.
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 Toca pesca. Somos todos pesca.
I just overthink. He is a lawyer, though.
Nós sempre estivemos aqui. As mulheres esperavam pelos pescadores, descarregavam e vendiam o peixe. Geriam a vida em terra para que os homens pudessem ir para o mar. A pesca é um trabalho a muitas mãos, com lugar para todo tipo de pessoas. E deixa-me feliz perceber que o género já não tem de ditar o nosso lugar. Isto é libertador para as mulheres, mas também para os homens.
Uma comunidade unida e resiliente depende da colaboração e partilha de conhecimento entre todos. O futuro das nossas comunidades é aquele em que as mulheres têm igualdade de acesso e oportunidade.
No mar e em terra, na lota e na liderança.
Well, we paid for them with our taxes. I hear the lady's high heels coming.
Good afternoon, and welcome back to the second part of Expo Fish Portugal. During the morning, we discussed traceability and good practices. Now we will advance from concept to action and discuss how to build an professional for fishing. We'll start with keynote by Gabriel Ocaña, a legal advisor at Interfish in Spain, who will join us via video conference on why does the interprofessional create value in fisheries and processed fish. Gabriel, good afternoon. I believe you can already hear us. Welcome.
Hello, good evening, everyone. I'm not as sure if I should start the exposition now. If that's so, please let me know. Firstly, I would like to say thank you to the organization for inviting me to be here with you today. In this meeting with all of the Portuguese fisheries. Today I would like to do more of a reflection about Interfish from Spain and the sector of fisheries in Spain. The theme is, why does an interprofessional organization? We're seeing at a European level, especially in Spain, and I'm sorry to say that Portugal is also involved. There is a shortening in the consumption of seafood products in both Spain and Portugal and in the wider European Union. The situation is not so much to create a wider value, but to maintain a consumption and production of seafood products in the EU. In Spain, more than 15 years, we have been consuming more than 30 kilos per year per person of seafood products. And now that has significantly reduced, and this is a very concerning issue, not only for fishermen, but also for the government of Spain. Keeping in mind that seafood products have the decrease in consumption of seafood products have caused a greater increase in government spending. The most important thing is maintaining the consumption levels and reducing this trend of decreased consumption of seafood products. The existence of an interprofessional organization will allow us to increase the value, which is something very relevant and which I will talk about now. In this interprofessional organization, will transform the sector. And in this forum, we will not just talk about the species, but we will talk about creating the value within the sector. The last thing that I will say is something very distinct. We are not trying to increase the consumption, but we are trying to generate confidence. In 2025, the 15th of November was the last time that this campaign has been conducted. Interfish Spain is the only organization, interprofessional organization in the fisheries sector, recognized by the Ministry of Agriculture, Fish, and in the year 2019, it was recognized by the publication of the APA order on the 5th of August. Before this, there did not exist an interprofessional organization in Spain. We are determining the norms for the other organizations in this sector. Like I said before, the branch of production is conducted by OPROMAR, an organization of producers, Burella, and another organization of producers, which is Orpagu, which has a shared border with Portugal. All of these organizations are dedicated to fishing. We are trying not to have a negative impact in these species, which are blue shark and mako shark. Conexmar has more than 440 organizations. And this is what is on table for the discussion. The branches of the industry and how they impact the sector. These two branches have come together to put more value on these species. The objective is to represent and defend the production, transformation, and commercialization of the products. How do we do it? We promote integrated species, and I will tell you more about this now. We go back to the initial concept. It's about commercializing the product and the benefits of these renowned species. Better quality and transparency of the product is also key. The sectorial aspects of 2025 are what I'm going to talk about now. We have been involved in many gourmet fairs, including Seafood Barcelona and Expo Mar. We have defended our species with scientific evidence. We have been involved in a definitive way on a national level. In one of these investigations, it was determined that not consuming certain species, such as tuna, species of marlin and shark, because of their mercury levels, we have found that this has been disproven and that nutrition of younger children it has been eliminated, that this problem, this issue of mercury on a national level in Spain. There is a theme of precaution against mercury in seafood products, but there exists scientific evidence that disprove this concern. There are many resources that can be downloaded, especially from the last year, that include testimonies from experts in the field that have dedicated themselves to the study of fish, mercury, and the theme of health. And there is another document that can be downloaded, completed by 6 doctors and 6 specialists in the field, assisted by the Ministry of Agriculture. And this year we have won the Nutrition Prize of Spain, which was awarded by the Ministry of Agriculture in Spain to the entity that is most valued in the sector of fishery and agriculture and aquaculture. Something more important still that I would like to communicate is that many times it's said that how will this work? How can we do it? How will we fund this entity? It's very simple. In Spain, it's understood, and it's understood because we are suffering in the sense that in Spain, the consumption of fish has always been high, and we have the rank of species of fish most consumed. The first fish that is most consumed in Spain is the marlin, the European marlin. Unfortunately, even though we have this species that is the highest of more than 1,100 species that is consumed in Spain, the salmon has surpassed this level of consumption. Obviously, this has been a miracle product. It has not been a miracle, but it has been a product of marketing, a strategy of marketing, where we have invested a lot of money, and this comes from the retention of profits from the production of the species. the important thing and the most important thing is that it comes from the production of the species. On a national level, we understand that salmon is the species most consumed. So what do we have to do? It's very simple. Copy cases, successful cases, if we would like to continue raising the level of consumption of our species, we would have to do something very similar to what was done with salmon. It is true that the interprofessional organizations have the possibility of realizing what was indicated in the article previously mentioned, but the statutes, the internal statutes, provide the opportunity to realize a retention of profits to fund the production of this species. This activity is not without problems. We have begun on the 5th of May, 2025. Independently of the institutional support, we have understood that we have to integrate ourselves in this activity with funding. And we must have a quantity by kilo so that we can accumulate the funds to realize these actions without rejecting the support and making sure that the sector understands that it is also responsible for its own destiny. Of course, there is an economic cost attached. Now we will start to see where the sector is going. It's the most important thing. We're going to see in our idea the debate between Interfish, the board, the directive board of Interfish, and how we start the journey. Well, the journey, I think, was something universally agreed that we have to start by being informed, using all of the resources to find information, but it's not enough, or it's not being done well. Something must be happening. So, the directive is, where are we going and how do we do it? We have to go through the concept of health. What is health? How does health correlate to the fishery sector? We have to start to see something in Spain which is called nutritional information. It's basic. We have so much information available in many cases. Even though we have the mobile phone, the internet, social media, we have not been reading deeply, and we have to promote messages with the theme of health, not because we are saying it ourselves. We want to rely on scientific evidence and the medical field, experts in the field, pediatricians, people in the pediatric field, persons who have cardiovascular experience. These are the people who will promote the benefits of consuming seafood and in relation to the health sector. There are times that people say eating fish is an alternative. But from my point of view, it's not an alternative. Neither is it a necessity. It's an obligation. We have to force ourselves to eat more seafood because in this, our health is involved. One of the important factors in this discussion is that it's not about living more, it's about living with a better quality of life. So more years and better quality of life. This is done only by consuming seafood products. Sustainability is another topic that is very important in the fishery sector. Having a product that is absolutely sustainable is essential. The species that are involved in the sector have, we should say, sacrifice, which is very small, so we should always value it. There is a plan in our organization, a sustainability and quality plan, which evaluates our sustainability. And something that's also very important is culinary variety. We have to teach the consumer, along with the themes of health and sustainability, that they have to know the versatility of the species. There must be dishes that are very fast, very quick to prepare, like the ones our mothers used to prepare, that we can enjoy on a Saturday or Sunday. But now no one wants to cook. So, because no one wants to spend 2 hours in the kitchen, they want quick meals, delicious meals, and nutritious meals. So with all of this, we have to make our actions a bit more streamlined. The mantra about mercury is very damaging. It's bad. And on a national level in Spain, there is a sensitivity within the consumers with regard to mercury versus health. But on average, 65% of consumers are concerned about mercury and 35% are concerned about health. So there are many more concerned about mercury than health. And we have to substitute and change this perception. How have we done this? In 2024, I'm going to go a bit quicker. We have maintained the campaign in 2024, which says, do you know our protected fish? What does that mean? These are fish that protect you. They protect your heart, they protect your stomach, They protect your peace because they don't have bones. They protect your quality of life, and they protect the environment. This is the protection that they provide on a consumer level. This is what we are seeing now in this image, in the campaign from this year. Everything is very well projected. And we can see the organizations that are here at the bottom of the image. They are on a EU level, which means that this campaign has been conducted with Interfish as well as our interprofessional organizations. Each organization has been able to incorporate on an individual level this campaign, but also we were able to do it together. These are the actions that have been conducted in Galicia, in Spain. We have been a part of the Conexmar Fair. We've had a mobile food truck. This year, these actions have been exclusively in Galicia. On the entire coast of Galicia, we have, in different beaches, we have had this food truck in the summer of 2025. Then a little bit later, we will see exactly what this food truck has accomplished. We have brought 6 renowned people together who are professional, so that each one speaks about the benefits of fish for health benefits of fish. And this document was presented on the 29th of October in Vigo. The 6 specialists presented it, and it was a document that should be taken advantage of, because in the end, our mission is to spread awareness, and it doesn't make sense at this level if they keep recommending to pregnant women and small children that they cannot consume seafood, when now the evidence that we have speaks to the opposite. Pregnant women and small children have to consume seafood for their cognitive levels. And as one of the doctors said, not developing cognitive levels is not only damaging to the consumer, but also on a professional level, because it cannot be studied. Psychiatric illnesses are not only mentioned, we are also talking about frustrations. This comes from something that has not been done well. Our intention is taking it first to authorities, health authorities, and then to community authorities, because there is scientific evidence that is more than sufficient that says that we have to change this discourse against consuming fish products. Lastly, we have participated in a symposium called FESNAD in Santiago de Compostela in Galicia, and we have done once again the presentation so that consumers are not consumers are conscious of the benefits of consuming fish products. I'm going to talk once again about the campaign. This was a plan that was made in June, September, and October that has buses, billboards, and different marketing techniques, marketing strategies from the Galician government using our publications on TV. We have used approximately 50 commercials, 40% in prime time. We have integrated ourselves into popular programs so that we can get our message across. We've also used 3 spots, one for mako shark, one for the blue shark, and one for the swordfish, talking about the species and how they protect you. Nowadays, we are all obligated to be on social media, and the most important social media on a national level are Facebook and YouTube. Also, on the digital level, they are cheaper forms of media in comparison with TV and radio, but they are very efficient. These are the radio channels that we have been broadcasting on a national level, and these are the newspapers in which we have published our message. These are the 2 most important newspapers that we have used in our communications. We have also been a part of the Conexmar Fair in October, where we have reinforced our mission on the ports of Vigo, where all visitors were able to see our billboards, as well as in this station. And this is a billboard that in the fair we constructed. There were only 3 billboards for the entire day, and we constructed our billboard in the entrance of the fair. Something that's also relevant is that we have been able to reach 15 million citizens, and this is important, not just because of the impact in Galicia, but also in all of the visitors of the fair that have been able to see our campaign and understand the message. This campaign was conducted on the 29th of July in Vigo, with all of the support of the Galician government. I'm going to talk a bit more about the food truck now. How did we do it? We had free tastings of all of the interfish species in the most important beaches in Galicia, and this has gained visibility for our campaign. We did various distinct routes along the coast of Galicia, and the food truck did what food trucks do, which is make food in a very delicious preparation, and it was able to distribute 450 free samples of blue shark, swordfish, and mako shark between 7 o'clock to 10 o'clock in each location. This is the design of the food truck. And now we're going to talk about the symposium, Fish, Health, and Sustainability. What were the results that we obtained? the administration, the entire education system, public health, social media, patient assistance, and community education. We have had success in all levels, but we at Interfish have not presented. We want the experts to present. It's not a question of Interfish. It's a question of the experts in the medical field regarding what are the benefits of consuming fish products. Lastly, on the 15th of November, we tried to involve the medical field in a health center. The health centers and the medical field says we have to do more exercise, we have to walk, we have to eat less fast food and eat more fruit. And now they're going to inform about the consumption of fish products. This we have already talked about. Health professionals, nutrition and diet, instructions. Lastly, the participation with the pop-up, the Interfish pop-up, where we have had tastings of all of our species of fish. There was a day at the fair where a swordfish was displayed, and it was enjoyed by everyone who was present, and it also gave information about the species and the product. I think with this, I will end my presentation, and if anyone has any questions, I am at your service. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Gabriel, for your presentation. Gabriel is going to stay with us for the next panel. So we are going to discuss how these interprofessional associations work. We have two more speakers who will join us and Gabriel over via video conference. So let me introduce to you Sonia Vieira. She's the marketing director of Vini Portugal. Good afternoon, Sonia. Be welcome. I think you can hear us already. Yes, I can. Okay, good afternoon. And also Antonio Tavares, member of the board of Field Pork, who will also join us through conference call. Good afternoon, Antonio. Can you hear us? No, we don't have Antonio online. We also... Okay, actually, I'm here, but I had my mic was off. Good afternoon, welcome. So let's begin with the discussion. Let me start with Sonia Vieira. So I would like to ask you, can you explain how Vini Portugal emerged and what its role, the role of the organization is in the promotion of the sector? So, good afternoon. I think I don't have a video feed because I need permission from the host of the call. Okay, now it's working. Okay, so it's a pleasure to be here. Good afternoon. So the experience of the Interprofessional Association of the Wine, it has happened in so the producers, the Portuguese wine producers, they realized they needed their own association to promote themselves abroad, and in order also to be stronger. So in 1996 there was this willingness, and so the sector was able to organize itself in order to create this Vini Portugal. And then later it was recognized by the Ministry of Agriculture as the Interprofessional Association for the wine sector. So the association is made up of the several organizations that basically, the 9 associations that basically make up the wine sector. So under the umbrella of the Interprofessional Association are all the associations that represent the sector, wine production, the commerce, distilleries, everything. Everyone is under this big umbrella of the association. So, and as an interprofessional association, we started to promote our wine abroad in a more professional way, and so hence the brand Wines of Portugal was created, also aligned with this strategy of promoting our wines inside. So all the fairs we attend, all the events that are organized by us, so it's always under this umbrella and under this brand of Wines of Portugal. So every 5 years we review our strategy. What kind of action should we organize? And the individual producers, according to their own strategy, will associate themselves or not to the big strategy, to the main strategy of the organization. So our mission is not only to create conditions so that the producers can make business, but also to make the brand Wines of Portugal, to make it bigger and widely recognized. It's obviously a difficult challenge, but this is how the association came to be. Thank you, Sonia, for sharing your experience. I'm going to ask the same question. I'm going to ask António Tavares the same question, and I would like to know what the organization was created and how you have been contributing to the sector. So first of all, I would like to apologize for not attending in person. But I had several professional issues that prevented me from going to Ilhavo. But it's always a pleasure. It's also a pleasure to join you over the internet. So how did we create and why did we create this interprofessional association of the meat sector? Because it is important to have everyone working together. So if the whole chain is not working together, then it's bad for everyone. If everyone is working together, then it's good for everyone. And what was happening in the pork meat sector? So, for instance, when the producers were doing good business, the slaughterhouses were doing bad business, and the other way around. So everyone, so we realized that it was important to create this interprofessional association, so that we could somehow reconcile the interests of both the producers and everyone else that was involved in the production process. So Philpor was created about 9 years ago, but we started working in practice 3.5 years ago. So it has played an important role because it has been promoting the sector. It is one of the missions of the associations to promote and to inform and also to kind of remove these myths of all the attacks, let's say it, against fish, or as was mentioned before, and also in this case the attacks against pork meat. So, but also it's also our mission to promote the sector, and we have started to do it internally, and especially abroad. So, and the main result, a result we feel proud about, is that when we started, creating and engaging in new markets in Asia, the so the process, as you can imagine, Spain is the biggest producer of pork meat in Europe, and what the price that was being paid to producers was about 5 cents per kilo. At the moment, we 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 got engaged in markets in Asia, so we were able to sell at higher prices than the Spanish producers. So this is one of the key points. Another important point is certification of animal well-being. So it's also a way to ensure to give some insurance to the consumer about what they are consuming. Okay, now let's go back to Gabriel Kenya, because after hearing about these two experiences, the sports experience in the context of interprofessional organizations, so how do you see the challenges and opportunities that were shared, and what parallels do you identify with your own reality in Spain?
I didn't understand very well the question.
So, what parallels do you identify with your own reality in Spain?
There are many similarities between the Spanish production and the Portuguese production. There are many similarities in the consumer. It's true that Portugal has a situation of privilege with regard to the consumption of certain species, and that helps Portugal not suffer the way that production in Spain is suffering. There are species that are consumed on a very high level, and this is being pushed in Portugal. My recommendation would be that attention must be paid to what is happening, because what is happening in Spain can also happen in Portugal. Meaning that Portugal needs to focus on the situation of consumption, because the hypothesis of a reduction in consumption can also happen, because the problem that we have is, and pardon the expression, we have a curious situation on a European level, and in Spain we are recognizing this. In Spain, what exactly is being consumed? On the topic of wine, my colleague has said every day less wine is being consumed. Young people have become abstinent. They don't want wine. Exactly the same thing is happening in Spain with the decrease in fish consumption, also in wine consumption, in meat consumption, in fruit consumption. And in the end, I ask myself, as a person who follows these trends, I have spent 40 years in the fish sector. I ask myself, what is being consumed? Why are we abandoning the Mediterranean diet, where it's being incorporated, where the wine, the pork, because I remember in Spain, pork was the best and the only protein that existed. In towns where there were chickens or an economy that was more familiar, chicken and pork were available. But now, if there is less being consumed of everything, what is being consumed? Sauces, pasta, probiotics? Energy supplements? This is the concerning part. This is what worries me. That we are abandoning something that is so Iberian, referring to Spain and Portugal, which is the Mediterranean diet. Now it's something contradictory. The Americans have discovered that they have decided to copy the Mediterranean diet because it is the diet that produces citizens with better quality of life and fewer illnesses. Another example is Norway. I have to do the calculations once again, because if they are able to increase, instead of consuming 2 portions of fish, they consume 3. This assumes that I will reduce illnesses. So it's not only a question of health. The more important issue is the economic issue on a governmental level.
Thank you, Gabriel. Let's go back to Sonia Vieira. I will ask from the point of view of Vini Portugal and based on the experience you've had, what mistakes were made and what advice would you give to partners in other sectors such as fish in the creation of an interprofessional association? Yeah, it's true. I mean, we're going to be 30 years. I mean, the association will be 30 years next year. So I wasn't there from at the start, but so I cannot really point out any mistakes that have been made at the time. But I believe that the biggest challenge was the inter-sector consensus, and obviously there was a lot of. I mean, people were willing to make it happen. So, and this need to have a more organized sector, and this is important to also to allow the country to move forward. So, for instance, about 48% of what we produce today is exported. So, and that is something that was made possible by this. But let me also focus that we are going through a difficult moment. So this finger pointing of consuming wine, or that Mediterranean diet causes cancer. So this is obviously a threat we are facing at the moment. I mean, and which has also been mentioned by Gabriel before. So, for instance, the youth is consuming less and less wine. So, but I would also like to point out that the sector I represent is a very resilient sector, and we have working on finding solutions for the current market. So the biggest challenge so more than focusing on the reasons why an interprofessional organization is created, we have to focus more on the on how it is structured, how it works. So for instance, what we have currently is a coordination between everyone, and I can share an example of something that is done within our association. So every year we have a big meeting where we get the entire chain together in order to share with the other members of the sector, what needs to be done. I mean, the future, what the challenges are that we will face in the upcoming years. So that we can be just one body with several different arms, in order to approach the issues. So this helps us prevent the situations like we had in the past, where we have one member association that organizes an event, and then a week later another member association organizes a similar event. So it is important that we work consistently throughout the year, and that we work in the different markets in a consistent way. And again, we are going through difficult times, but we have to be consistent, we have to be resilient, we have to look for new markets, and we have to find certain market niches, let's say. So for instance, people want wine, non-alcoholic wine. Okay, so this is something that we are also working on. So again, we recognize that we have several challenges, that we have to face several challenges, and we have to find the tools, and we have to find ways of getting to these customers who are not very eager to drink wine, so people who look at wine as something that is not good for their health, basically. So, but this isn't the only thing. This is just one of the problems. But we are, like I said, we are going through difficult times, and wine is not. It's not part of the basic shopping cart of consumers. So it's basically an extra. So, and when the economy is going through harsh times, obviously everything that's considered like superfluous obviously doesn't sell that much. So and right now with two wars going on, with the trade tariffs from the United States, so there are several issues that we have to be dealing with at the same time. So, and that's why it's important that as an interprofessional association we work together as one. So even with all the issues, with all the challenges you mentioned, so you would say that there are only positive sides to the existence of interprofessional association. Yes, of course. Especially when we talk about creating strategies, long-term strategies. For instance, the strategies we are following at the moment was created in 2023, and it's a strategy that is the basis of our market for till 2030. So obviously we have to be flexible to adapt, to adjust the strategy every now and then. But yes, it's important to have guidelines that will show us the way in a consistent manner. So also when it comes, for instance, all the support we get from the European Union for the sector, it's important for us to speak as one. So instead of several people, several entities representing the sector. So and like I said, when we look at one of the ways of measuring the success of our association is when we look at the export numbers. So, and they have been, the numbers have been going up, and in a way they were not, as compared to the past. So let's continue with Antonio Tavares. So the challenge I ask you is the same. So taking into account your experience, also you are a recent organization that is more recent than Vini Portugal. So what advice would you give to other partners in this sector or in other sectors when it comes to the creation of interprofessional association? Yes, I'll take. I'll take. I'm going to use what Sonia said to say that it's our goal is pretty much the same. She obviously has a good advantage. She's promoting Portuguese wine, which is the best in the world. I mean, I would like to say that Portuguese pork is the best in the world, but but no doubt Portuguese wine is definitely the best wine in the world. So she has an easier task. So to keep it short, I would say, I mean, what advice would I give? So everyone who's involved in the professional association needs to understand what this association is, because if you have an interprofessional association that has gets 4 or 5 associations together, you have the leaders of these associations, and they think, okay, it's a good idea to have a professional association, but when the members of these associations don't have when they don't understand what a professional is, then you'll have to face many problems. So even today we deal with this kind of problem, even after we have worked a lot on this and people have seen what we have done, but we still have to explain, and it needs to be done. You have to explain to all the people involved what an professional association is, what it can achieve, what its purpose is. So if you don't do that, I mean, you will have everyone basically doing things their own way. So I can tell you that we are the only interprofessional association in Portugal that was able to get an extension of the standard, of the norm, but this is not hasn't been implemented like 100%, because we haven't been able to get the message to all the people involved. Obviously, about 80% already have understood it, but there are still 20% remaining. So it's crucial to make people understand what the advantages are. So, and then obviously we have to do we have to have initiatives like the ones Vini Portugal does, where we do it as well. We have our initiatives to obtain certain subsidies from European subsidies. Unfortunately, we haven't been able to do the same here in Portugal, because sometimes things in Portugal work in a strange way, and sometimes certain funds are only available for smaller companies. So, but key here is, okay, you have to make people aware of how important this is, how important it is to start, and it's also important that people start contributing, so that the interprofessional association also has work to show, because the moment you start showing what you're doing, people start understanding how important it is to be part of an interprofessional association, and also how that by being part of it, you can also benefit from this extension of the norm. And so it is other initiatives that were, for instance, mentioned by the Spanish colleague, has got to do with the consumption levels, and we're also trying to to go against certain myths. I had never heard that there are attacks against fish. Okay, sure. Meat, of course. I mean, that is something I am aware of, and wine as well. So, and we have been promoting pork and wine, to the European Union. We got rid of a terrible European commissioner who who went back to the Netherlands and also lost the elections there. So he's basically done. But it is still important that we stick together in order to break, to go against all these myths and again the attacks against wine and meat. And I was again very surprised that there are fish is also being attacked. I had never heard of it. So my advice would be, okay, make clarify people, let people know, make them understand what any professional association does and what they can benefit, how they can benefit from it. So again, using your experience, and you have focused and you have said that how difficult it is to let people understand how important an interprofessional association is. But in practical terms, what have been your biggest issues, when it comes to making people understand the importance of in the professional association, the pork sector? Yeah, first of all, in Portugal, we have this tendency of thinking, okay, it's us, and us. So we don't have this team spirit that we can find in other countries. So we need to appeal to people to let them know that we are stronger. Together we are stronger. So this is crucial. This is crucial to get people together, and the rest comes with it basically. So what, for instance, on the European level, for instance, the interprofessional associations, they are considered similar to the producer organizations. So for instance, we have certain support measures that come from Brussels, okay, for producers. So, and not just for individual producers. So, thank you, Antonio. I'm going back to Gabriel. What advice would you give to Portuguese entities considering the creation of interprofessional organizations? So.
Well, I agree with my colleague, with both my colleagues. Maybe I will explain myself a bit more. I have done a type of study about if the Minister of Spanish Fisheries were to make a large agreement on a national level about the fishing industry, and he had to bring together all of the people involved in the industry, he would have to bring together 432 people only in the production. This is crazy. We have 190 groups of production groups. We have over 30 companies, but the richness of an interprofessional organization is bringing together commercialization with production. And this is something very important, most of all in terms of production. The commercialization brings us fresh air from the consumer, who will inform us what they want, what the consumer wants. It's about producing and commercializing the needs of the consumer. In my point of view, this is only obtained from the nucleus of an interprofessional organization, which are various organizations that are integrated into this sole entity. For me, this is more important than an organization of producers, such as the one in Brussels, but they also have their plan of production and communication. However, all of this is affecting the production. It's not affecting the production and the commercialization. It's not affecting what the consumer wants. So, in my point of view, an interprofessional organization is essential. However, this is something that I've said many times before. Please, if it's created, if various interprofessional organizations are created, depending on the logistics of the case, we have to remember that on a community level, 75% of the sector of production would be represented, and although it's a very high level, representativeness is key. The sectors involved have to be provided with objective information that is very descriptive. We have to inform them on everything that happens and all of the consequences that are involved. Something that I would need to communicate to you is that you have to think that this process is not a miracle. There is no saint that makes miracles. The miracle is made in the sector itself with the economic responsibility of everyone involved, of all of the entities involved. Public funding is not to be depending on. This would be a grave error because the entity would not survive, and the entity needs to have the capacity to survive without public funding. Design a roadmap within the sector if you would like to integrate. If you would like to integrate, you have to understand all of the rights and all of the questions involved in an interprofessional organization.
Thank you, Gabriel. So I'm now gonna allow the audience to ask some questions. So are there any questions? No. So since we still have some minutes, Sonia, Antonio, and also Gabriel, I would like to ask you, in case there is some final comment you would like to make. So, Gabriel, is there a final message you would want to leave
The
us
message
with?
is you have to work towards working towards this interprofessional organization doesn't mean you have to give up. It means you have to work a bit harder. You have to communicate face to face to transform the sector. This is very important. I say this based on Spanish experience. This doesn't mean that the producer discharges their product and it goes to sale and he doesn't want to know anything else about the product. That's not the situation that we want. The situation is that the product needs to be integrated into the commercialization through the entities involved. You have to know what's happening, or he has to know what's happening with his product. I say this with all sincerity. In Spanish, we have a problem with the swordfish. the problem is not something well shown, but it's something that's on a European scale. The product is entering the public market, and swordfish does not freeze immediately as it's captured. So there is a large loss of product. This product, frozen in earth at a low quality, is reaching the public markets. There are additives being added to the product which are recognized by the European Union, and the consumer and the producer needs to be aware of what's happening with the product because it affects the final price of the production. This integration is, for me, essential, and we need to motivate the organizations to create an interprofessional association, because with information you would see the objective, and sincerity is the only way to move forward. This is the institution, and you choose if you want it or if you don't want it. Thank you.
Thank you, Gabriel. Sonia, would you also like to leave us with a final message, a final piece of advice? Yes, of course. I think it's crucial nowadays, with the competition we have to face. First, Portugal is an international player, so we are relevant in the global markets. So there are some numbers I would like to share. We are the 9th biggest exporter of the world. We are the 10th biggest producer in the wine sector. So this is something we wouldn't been able to achieve without interprofessional associations. So the steps that were taken over the past few years in terms of the promotion, this was only made possible because we are interprofessional associations. So, for instance, also because it generates we obtain more funds to also invest in certain actions. So something we wouldn't be able to do if we weren't in a professional association. So the results are there, and basically it's a proof and evidence that with coordinated work, and we think of all our competitors, and we look at them when abroad, not as competitors, as partners. So this basically will make us more relevant, and at the end, everyone will benefit from it. So yeah, sure. When in Portugal, okay, we compete against each other, but when abroad, we are partners. We are growing together. And it's not just a question of selling more; it's of growing more. Okay, and also because consumers are also willing to pay more for Portuguese products because they can tell and they can recognize that we do things differently. I say there are things that tell us a bit apart from other countries. So we have. So this has a lot to do with the strategy we developed, in our branding. So yeah. So now Anton Tavares. So I'm going to use Sonia's words. Obviously, interprofessional association is a fundamental tool for the development of a sector. So what I would like to say that you in the fishing sector, you have to really think of starting and creating a professional association. Like Gabriel said, obviously, association like this doesn't perform miracles, but it is there to help the sector grow, to create opportunities for everyone involved in the sector, the fact that we have an interprofessional association allows us and to access certain European funds, because so we are certain actions that are organized by us. So we get 80% of funding by the European Union. So if you want to add value to the sector, you really have to get started with this within the personal association. But like I said, this is not a miracle performer that's going to solve all the problems, but it is a quite important tool. So, and obviously we are also here to help and to provide our support, our the experience we have. So we're obviously open to help you out with that. Thank you so much for having been part of this panel. So I'm gonna make a brief summary of what has been said. So we had some real life experiences from the several different interprofessional associations and the impact they had, especially in the sector of pork and wine, and also in the fish sector in Spain. We understood from the Spanish example that we have three main principles, okay, the sustainability, health, and also the gastronomy. So also I like to focus on something that Gabriel mentioned, the whole campaign regarding mercury. Gabriel also left some advice on not depending too much on public funding. Also, then, in regard to Portugal, we saw the example of the Interprofessional Association of the Wine Sector that has focused on allowing our producers to sell more, but also to improve the quality of the branding, and also the need of defining strategies, long-term strategies, was also highlighted, and also the need to adjust to certain smaller segments of the market. We also, regarding the association, the pork sector, the creation of this interprofessional association has also been helpful to break, to fight some of the myths regarding pork. And but key message is also interprofessional associations don't perform miracles, but they help a lot. So let's continue with the fourth panel and the last one of today's of the first day of Expo Fish. And we will know how to create, recognize, and operate an interprofessional association for fish in Portugal. We are pleased to present the speakers of the session: Krishna Bosch, Director of Planning, Information and Structure Services in the Director General for Natural Resources, Safety and Maritime Services. You can sit next to me. Jorge Capitão, the Head of the Wealth Management Division in the Office of Planning, Policies and General Administration. Welcome. Alexandre Margarido, lawyer and partner at Henrique Abcacis, Anderson Guimarães and Partners. Welcome. And when possible, we will also have Tiago Abad, who is a legal partner of PwC Portugal. Good afternoon to all. Christina, I would like to start with you. Could you give us a brief overview of how the common fisheries policy and the common market organization structures the function of the sector in Portugal? Well, first of all, good afternoon, everyone. I would like to thank you for the invitation. So the common fisheries policy and common market organization structure, they interact with each other, and so these instruments obviously interact throughout the entire chain. So the common organization of the market is key for the European Union, and when we talk about this common organization, we have to mention the producer organizations, because For instance, at the DGRM. So we are the entity that recognizes these organizations, and so this common market organization identifies what is necessary for this recognition. And at the moment, currently in Portugal, we have several associations, several producer associations, organizations recognized in Portugal in the sector of fish. And so the role of these organizations is also important, because they intervene, throughout the entire chain, and also helped create a plan for the production and commercialization. Also focuses on questions like sustainability, the norms for the commerce, and also deals with integrated vertical approach of the market. So it is important. This interaction is not always easy between the common fisheries policy and common organization, but we try to make it happen, and that there is a balance of the usage of the resources. But this interaction is complex. Well, of course, it is always complex. But we always try to reach a safe port. For instance, let's talk about the quota. For instance, the quota. So we can only fish, until a certain limit. So, for instance, even climate change, there are certain changes that will prevent us from implementing certain things that are defined by the strategy. Jorge, according to based on experience of GPP, what are the main criteria of representativeness, among others, that an interprofessional organization must meet to be recognized in Portugal? Thank you, and good afternoon. Thank you for the invitation. Let me just correct. Right now, I'm not the head of the division. I'm a technician. Okay, technician, but with all the knowledge and all the authority to be here. So in agriculture, we have at the moment there are 5 interprofessional organizations which are working and are recognized, and we have specific national laws since 1997. So this is one of the few cases where the Portuguese state was ahead of the European Union. So we had legislation regarding that even before the rest of the European Union. So all our laws are prior to the European rules that were established in 2003. Also for the fish sector, it was also these European rules were set in 2003. So it is necessary also that the association are constituted as an association organization. It is also that a certain number of their members are involved in the sector. Also that they meet certain criteria in terms of the production, and that they meet other criteria that are set and defined by the law, involving research, certain studies, statistics. So also the statutes. They need to allow any organization of producers to join this interprofessional organization. This will change according to if this interprofessional organization is a regional or national one, but basically an interprofessional organization cannot have anything in their statutes that prevents certain other organizations of joining. So interprofessional organizations are also not allowed to develop any actions regarding production and sales, because they are not supposed to be competing against their own members. So all these all of this was later adopted by the European Union. So 5 years after we did it here. So usually we say that Portugal is always behind Europe. In this case, it was the other way around. So, Alexandra Margarido. In drafting the statutes of an interprofessional organization, what are the essential elements that must be included to ensure effectiveness, legality, and balance among the parties? Thank you. Thank you also for the invitation. So, my fellow panel member basically did most of the work for me. I would like to add that there's another law that is prior to the law that was mentioned, and that pretty much works as the big umbrella for the way the recognition process is implemented, the rules that have to be followed. So I would like just point out the only reason there is no interprofessional association for the fish sector is because everything is still very fragmented. So someone needs to lead this, and I think that in the morning we did find here the right person for that. So I think Luís Souza, he gave well, he basically set the what needs to be done in order to create an inter-professional organization for the fish sector. So, what are the risks of and the lines that cannot be crossed in interprofessional organizations? So obviously, when we talk about competition, so we cannot so we cannot get involved with manipulation of prices, the share of markets, of sensible matters that should only be concern each of the operators. So obviously something like this would have impact, in the markets and also impact on the competitors. So this is something that obviously we have to. Okay, it is a concern, but I don't think this is a real problem, because what we need to do is to find convergence points, common interests. We have to take into account and we have to formally follow all the rules. And in order to prepare myself for this conference, I went to the website of GPP, and everything is there. I mean, there is all the rules you have to follow. There is the good practices on how to get started with interprofessional organization. Because if you want to get started with it, just start with that, because all the information is available there. The law has been well written. It's a good law. So we at some point we also understood that the initial law needed some readjustment, and that was done. So everything everything is available, and you know, in this case, in the fish sector, I mean, we have the product, we have the chain, we have people who actually are willing to make it happen. So obviously, we have to be careful in the way we draft the statutes, but the information is clear and is accessible. So so the only red lines are, the things concerning, you know, how to deal with the competitors, but so there are certain things that work well. Okay, so but again, red lines: the price, sensible matter shared between the different players. The association itself also, um, not engage in activity that may cause competition, not having any, not looking for profits. So, Tiago, I think you can hear us. So, which governance models do you consider most effective for a professional organization that integrates the entire fish chain from production to retail? First of all, thank you for the invitation. Sadly, I'm not able to be there in person. I'm currently in Funchal, Madeira. So I have to say that being here and landing here today was also quite challenging with the weather in Madeira. So first of all, again, I would like to thank you for the invitation. So effective organization or governance models for interprofessional organization. So someone has mentioned before that that information is available. There is legislation that is also available and that would allow for interprofessionalization to exist already. And even on a European level, I mean, this has been all the rules exist since 2003. So question is, why don't we have this in professional organization yet? And would such an organization be important? So I think that what has been said today has already provided us with some hints of the importance of such an organization. And I think that when we look at other sectors, we can also understand how we would benefit from the good practices that have been implemented there as well. And when we look at this, what can be done in terms of governance? What would make sense? So the first thing, the first challenge we should face is to to find the connected points of the several different areas, and also the several companies that work in the sector. So what points, what do they have in common? So what would make sense in such an organization? So also the question of the organizational part. Okay, I'm not gonna talk about that, but what is it? So what can we find in other sectors and also externally? So that could be useful for us, and that could, for instance, even the European Union talks about it. For instance, that about the existence of technical commissions, okay, that could support the different companies that operate in the chain, in the food chain. So to identify, market practices, sustainability issues. So several elements where that you could say could also be imported, let's say, to such an organization. I also believe that an organization like this could also be helpful in terms of having an easy access to funding, national funding, European funding. And when we think of the all the European funding mechanisms that are not always executed, and they could be if in a country where any citizen believes they know a lot about fish. I mean, at least we go to the markets and we believe that we know a lot about fish. So this is a country where, I mean, we should have easy access to the fundings, because we have so many different players that are widely recognized, and so obviously we cannot provide the solution. We don't have the solution, but we could think of ways of getting to a solution. So now it should also, so we should be able to find out and to establish how we can how we could get started with such an interprofessional organization. Thank you, Tiago. Cristina, in your opinion, what requirements or best practices should a future interprofessional seafood organization incorporate to be aligned with European legal and regulatory framework? Well, as has been mentioned before, at the moment we don't have any interprofessional organization, but it seems like people are willing to make it happen. So the recognition of such an organization, or the function of such an organization, is established by European rules as well. It has been mentioned as well that an interprofessional organization cannot, so they cannot themselves get involved with the commercialization and processing and production, okay, because of competition rules. So, because the main goal is to improve the commercialization of products, the promotion of products, in terms of good practice. That's I could just mention what has been established by the European rules. Okay, so rules that are general. Okay, and then each organization to have established this organization has to use these rules and adapt them to their needs. So it is important to establish what the goals of such an organization are. And so, for instance, an organization of producers, it needs to be representative. So everyone who joins such an organization, they have to be, so there needs to be a certain level of representation. So we need a certain number of producers engaged with this organization. So the success would depend on who is actually involved with this organization. Jorge Capitão, what are the most frequent difficulties that the sectors face in the recognition process? I would say to achieve the 20% of production volume, especially when the sectors have big players. So we could, we could be led to think, well, if they have big players, then it should be easy. What happens is that organizations, when they come and talk to us, they represent many farmers, but we're talking about small producers, and together they actually don't achieve that percentage. And these are numbers that are provided by us by the statistics entities, for instance, knowing the seafood sector, I don't think this would happen, because we have DOCA Pesca, we have DGRM. So I don't think this would be a sector where you would face this sector, this challenge. I guess other challenges you would have to face, but not this one. So, but what is the issue with achieving these 20%? So, yeah. So when the producers, when they come talk to us, and when we compare, for instance, the production of rice in Portugal versus the volume or the potential of this group of producers that would like to be an interprofessional organization, so they don't reach those 20% of the national production. When this happens, they need to convince someone on the other side, usually a big player, and they have to convince them to join them. And very often they don't see any advantage in that, because they are so big already that they already have their own promotion programs. They have their own marketing departments, so their own statistics. So they don't see a big advantage in joining, and this obviously leads to some difficulties. Would you like to add something? I would just like to add something. He was talking about representativity in terms of recognition of producer organization, seafood. It's got a lot to do with capacity and how much seafood is basically unloaded at the port. So, and in order to have this recognition, they have to achieve at least 15%. So if they have less than 50%, so this and when it comes to agriculture, we talk about 25%. So it's higher than in the seafood sector. So let's going back to the main red lines that must not be crossed to avoid risks of anti-competitive practices. Well, obviously, this is always a bit theoretical, but we talk about fixing prices and also fixing the market quota. And this is a real issue. It's an issue that exists in many sectors. Maybe there is no records in the fish industry, but also the share of sensible information, sharing of sensible information, because this can have some impact, in terms of the competition, and also some impact, for the consumer. For instance, if you have a place where all the big players meet, and this place where they meet is not to promote, seafood, but to improve their own business with agreements and deals. Okay, how can we increase the prices? So maybe if you sell less, if you unload less or more. So, I mean, this is a red line that cannot be crossed. Antonio, in the previous panel, he used an interesting phrase regarding wine, because he said interprofessionalization for wine is easy because it's Portuguese wine is the best in the world. But for us, it should also be easy because Portuguese seafood is the best in the world. So, and it is basically recognized with that brand. So we have a real brand. So our Portuguese seafood, and again, I'm talking here about Luis Souza, because he seems to be he's an enthusiast of the sector. So, and but the quality of our seafood is recognized not only here in Portugal but especially abroad. I mean, the way the way our seafood is served makes it very appealing to even to foreigners. So within an interprofessional organization, we have to be mature enough to not change the rules of the market, fixing prices, sharing sensible information, but we have something here that we can use, okay? Because the Portuguese seafood can and should have value added. So, and we have many. So we have many fishermen. So this is a very fragmented sector. So to find this convergence of interests, so that these small producers see and see the interest and also decide to spend some money, because obviously because we cannot, as has been mentioned before, we cannot depend and wait for public funding. So everyone needs to financially contribute to this common good. So, and obviously there are several challenges in terms of communication and in terms of trying to understand what this common, this greater good is. So if we, by adding value to the brand of Portuguese seafood abroad, so if I personally will benefit as a company from that, so I would say this is the main challenge right now. Tiago, are there examples of financing models that could be adapted to the Portuguese context, and how can this financial sustainability and transparency be ensured? Thank you. I would use Margarita's words as well, and I'm grateful for the question, because it almost looks like we had agreed on our answers before, but the main aspect here is there are no miracles, and Margarita is right when she says that we have to find a common ground so that we can then jump forward, okay, and realize that if I'm operating, under the law, and that we can all benefit. So this is the key aspect. So in terms of financing, how would this work? So first of all, we'll talk about. First of all, we have to talk about the financial contribution of the members. That is the first aspect. Obviously, the members of the organization have to pay a certain. They have to contribute in a certain way financially to the organization. Then there is a second level of financing, of funding, that is European financing for the promotion of the chain of value. For instance, there are funds for the creation and for the organization of these interprofessional associations. It is also true that apart from that, sometimes there is support from the national entities, not necessarily financial, but national entities that have obviously also want to promote the growth of the economy. So for instance, when you look at the balance, the trade the balance of export and imports, so there is national interest of becoming more competitive in terms of economy and production. So also within the rules, European rules for capture of fish. Okay, so we should also be able to develop a model for the entire chain of value. Also, techniques associated with the sale and adding value to the product, the brand. Also within a European framework for. So all of these are. So this would be the common ground that allowed other areas like agriculture. So it led to these sectors to become more international and for the sector to have some added value. So if we are able to create this common ground and develop this common ground, for instance, recently someone told me that we had we were, for instance, in terms of so the question is, if we can organize ourselves differently, can we somehow, cover our imports, or by, maintain the same level of imports, can we maybe add some value to the Portuguese, to the national production? And all of this knowledge can lead to being able to also have access to all these financing opportunities. Obviously, this isn't easy. We are aware of very specific limitations in this field, but for instance, when we talk about first, we talk about rules from 2003 and national norms that have existed for other sectors. And these sectors, they made some progress, and this sector, I mean, can still do it. There is a margin for progression. So what we should work on is having this common ground. Okay, but obviously there are no miracles when it comes to financing. Cristina, are there areas of the chain where you consider it essential to strengthen the coordination or harmonization mechanisms, especially in the context of traceability and consumer information? Yes. In terms of traceability, let's say this is not a recent thing. We have been talking about this since 2002. At the moment, we have some rules for controlling, rules that also mentioned traceability and talk about information that should be provided to the consumer. If we think in terms of interprofessional organization, we are talking about different sectors like the primary and secondary sectors. So we have to harmonize the way people from different sectors work together, so because they are working for the main goal. So obviously we have to work also in terms of the interoperability of the systems, okay, and also we have to simplify the information that is made available to the consumer, because there are so many different labels and seals and certificates. So I believe it is necessary to make the information for the consumer easier and easier to understand in order to create more transparency, because when the consumer has too much information, at some point they feel a bit lost and confused. So I would say it would be an important step for interprofessional organization to establish the goals, and one of them should be information made available to the consumer. Okay, that would also provide them with some insurance in terms of what product they are consuming. Josh, specifically for the seafood value chain, what special challenges might arise in demonstrating representativeness and building a balanced governance model? Well, the common fishing policy has many aspects that we could criticize, but I believe that at least the need for control during the first sale of the seafood, for instance, when we talk about Portugal, I think it would actually be, I think it's a case study. Dr. Pesca, company with a lot. I mean, an old Portuguese company and a state company is the company is actually that is which is in charge of this control. So the the common fishing policy and the funds available to this area, it also made it necessary for the producers to gather and to work together, and which would be like a first step in order to one day create this interprofessional organization. So we have the several associations of for processing, the canning industry, so I think that generally speaking, everything is well organized. There is also like a movement for the movement for the association of the Portuguese fishing industry, which is almost a professional organization, but maybe what I think is still missing is rules that are more executive, and also like some guidelines, okay, that let people know what needs to be done, okay, because this makes it easier for people who are actually working to implement the project. And I think this will actually be an interesting challenge for our current government to focus on this area, because it would help us both the people who are well in management, and also the customer, let's say, the client, in order to know what they need to do. Alexandra, could you explain what types of interprofessional agreements can be considered for approval, and what criteria are usually assessed by regulatory authorities? Before that, Jorge mentioned Toca Pesca. I've been working with Toca Pesca for over 25 years, so Toca Pesca is a case study, yes. I have an emotional connection to the company, so to witness the growth of Toca Pesca, so this obviously the first sale of the seafood, it is everyone, it is entirely consolidated, and it is Toca Pesca plays a crucial role in this sector, but obviously they cannot be part of interprofessional organizations, so because it is a public institution, so but that it would be a crucial partner for such organization, I have absolutely no doubt about it. So I also think that in our country and in this sector, the seafood, not just fresh seafood, but also the one that is in aquaculture. So I think that all the fish that is produced in Portugal, so I think Toca Pesca would obviously be a very interesting partner for such an interprofessional organization. But regarding your question, As I said before, the obviously since the law was created, the world has changed a lot. So obviously maybe the text of the law is a bit dated, but since I am a lawyer, I don't like it that much when the law changes, because when we think that things are working in a proper way, and then suddenly we have to change everything. So the way the law is set, I think it's okay. We know what is expected. So GPP has all the information that we need. They have the good practices that are also available. So quality and technical standardization. So what does this mean? So not just the sector or the intervenience of the sector, the consumers, they should basically be aware of, and they are aware of what information they want. So what is it that we want to know? So what is the information that is available to us? And then there's the information that is made available to the consumer, to the universities. For instance, the university is a key element. It hasn't been mentioned before, but they are so important. There is work being done at universities that is also quite important. Traceability. This is a dream. I don't know what is being done in Norway, because Norway is always used as an example of good practices. I don't know what is being done in the Nordic countries. If you ask me about what is being done in Angola, I would know, but I have no idea what is being done in Norway in terms of traceability. Okay, let's also talk about labeling, and I don't know. I don't have the value of the values for the per capita consumption of fish. Gabriel previously mentioned that in Spain. So I think the values in Portugal are a bit more expressive than in Spain. So we know, but we all know that fish is it's an expensive product. We still don't value the fish that is being produced through aquaculture, for instance. Some interesting work is being done, for instance, in Peniche, and I believe that through these agreements, we would be able to add value to fish and lead to more consumption of fish as well. There's also the environmental sustainability, which is I'm terrible with names. The representative of IPMA, she doesn't like this environmental sustainability term. But when we think of sustainability in a more global perspective, from a global perspective, so I also think this is something that could be also developed through these agreements. So Tiago, which performance metrics are essential to evaluate the impact of an interprofessional organization? So before we talk about metrics, let's see where we are at the moment. So what we know and what we have mentioned before is, okay, we can implement an interprofessional organization. So there are models of organization that we should implement. There's the executive board. There's the internal rules. So we have everything that we need, everything established. Okay, what we would need for such an organization to work. So we also mentioned that, okay, in terms of financing, there are no miracles, because obviously the members have to finance it partially, and then obviously we can maybe access some European funds as well. So, but so how can we get the several players to work together and to have a vision to make the sector work, and also to establish connections with universities? So to so we want to so we want to so we want to access so as access to, okay, what is going well. So let's deal with the metrics now. So there are metrics that we can split into 5 big areas. First, the conditions of the market. The second metric would be the quality of the information that is accessible to the consumer. Also, the transparency of the market and knowledge. Also, the sustainability and conformity. For instance, so, and the last point would be coverage and representativeness. So we are talking about transparency of the market and knowledge, the prices, the possibility of having market studies, and also the financing of these studies, and if we think in terms of future, and if we think about what matters to the consumers. So in reality, let me just add that there is always the consumer, because, for instance, we all have this tendency of looking at the fish and having our own criteria to establish the quality of a fish. And we all think that we know a lot about fish. So until we actually obtain the proper knowledge and we export the knowledge, and if we're able to transmit this knowledge, then okay, we will. Okay, in that case, we'll already talk about the metrics that need to be implemented in terms of. For instance, I remember some years ago there was a report about the sea economy and how we could work in order to transmit the data in a aggregated form. But there is information that already exists from the point of view of the consumer, also information that allows the companies to operate. So this so basically what we need to know is if everyone is involved, if everyone involved is satisfied with the information they have, or if we could somehow use the information in a better way in order also to optimize the management. I agree with Margarida. The answer is not in changing the law, because as lawyers we tend to say that we have to focus more on working together, thinking together, because the solution will be there. So we're getting to the final round of questions. Christina, do you have any advice and recommendation you would like to give to several entities that would like to get started with with this process? Well, I can focus on an essential idea, which is to set the strategies and the goals of such an association, to also and also, you know, we have to think in terms of scale. So because if we want to promote our seafood abroad, so we also have to think in terms of the scale. Josh, how about you? What recommendation, what advice would you have for the entities that are considering initiating this process, especially regarding documentation, inter-entity coordination, and also defining the statutes? So my recommendation would be, first, you have to talk with each other, and you have to clearly understand what you want and what you are aiming for, because this is the first step. So before you even consider moving to the second step, so you have to decide: will you be focused on research? Will you be focused on producing statistics? So this is the first thing that needs to be done, because what happens then, if you talk to DGRM and if or everyone in the offices, if they do their legal work, okay, and they draft the statutes, so which needs to be done, but it's not something that cannot be done. So it's not so to be an interprofessional organization will allow, what will it allow? Basically, it will allow access to certain European funds, but that is, to be honest, even that isn't even anything so special. But what it will, yes, allow us to have this extension of the norm. This has been mentioned before, but not okay, because an interprofessional organization has its members. The members contribute with a certain amount of for this organization, so that this organization can, for instance, promote Portuguese seafood abroad or even internally. So this quota, this norm that is applied to the members of the interprofessional organization, after a certain time, we established that it will be a year. So this norm can be extended to all the other intervenients of the sector, even if they are not part of this interprofessional organization. So this basically means that even those that are not part of this interprofessional organization, they will also benefit from this promotional work. So, because if we're promoting Portuguese seafood abroad or internally, you know, focusing on its quality, so other intervenients that are not part of this interprofessional organization, they will also benefit from this. So at some point they will also be asked to contribute, and if this hasn't been properly organized, and if we haven't established what exactly we want, then it will become a bit more difficult to. So so just to clarify, so they will be asked to contribute. So will this be mandatory? Yes, they will have to contribute. Yes, it's mandatory. So don't ask, okay, what happens if they don't do it? Well, but I'm gonna ask what happens. Oh, don't ask me, because it hasn't happened. It hasn't happened till now. So we still have, that's something that still needs to be defined. So this would be the basic idea. So it's a beneficial idea, because if everyone is if everyone is in the same ship, in the same boat, so everyone will benefit from it. So and everyone ideally will happily contribute. Maybe not happily, because no one wants to contribute to anything, happily. But they will know that their contribution will obviously also add some value to. So everything needs to be well defined, so that when we get to this point, okay, everything is also working properly and in an efficient way. Alexandra, from your experience, what are the most common mistakes to avoid in legal design of these organizations? Well, let me just tell you. I mean, if you have a debt, the debt has. There are legal ways of making you pay the debt. So obviously, an interprofessional organization is an organization of private entities. I'm not saying this is efficient, but there are legal tools, and we are. So we have to solve first. We have to solve the problem of representativeness, of of people are enthusiastic about the sector. So, and I believe that for these interprofessional organizations of the fishing sector, we have to repeat ourselves a lot. We have to hear about the examples of the wine sector, the pork sector, and also what has been done in Spain. So, and also, well, we also have to talk about things that might not go so well. So if, for instance, if this enthusiasm comes just from one person, not from the whole sector, so if it's a one-man show, it won't work. So all the work that needs to be done, the drafting of the statutes, constituting the organization. So this is the easy part. I could say this is the easy part. The difficult part is it's easy because it just works. So it's not it's no. So everything has already been done before. So we just need to go look what has been done with other organizations. So we know that the product also exists. Okay, it is important to have a good product. So it's easier than promoting a product that is not as good. So it's easier to promote Portuguese seafood than, I guess, pork. So I assume. So we know what we are not supposed to do. So first, the questions regarding competition. Okay, these are rules that are well defined. Also, financing. We know there are some experiences in Italy and France where they went back and forth because the question of financing had not been well defined. So also the question of the representativeness within the organization. So we cannot have weaker players and stronger players. So all the members of the chain, they might, okay, sure, they may have a smaller share of the market, but they have to be represented in an equal way. We also need to allow other players to join. This is obviously defined by law, but it needs to be done. So if I'm part of this value chain and I want to join this organization, I mean, I cannot have any practical obstacles. Okay, so obviously these are big challenges, but obviously it needs a lot of we need to reflect a lot about it, and many people have to talk about it, and the so for instance, the access to information, the access to knowledge is not distributed basically in an equal way. So bigger companies of the canning industry, for instance, they don't have for instance, access to information, the same sensibility of, for instance, smaller producers. So, Tiagabad, would you like to leave us with some final thoughts? So, I feel a bit like a reporter working together with you, but let me just add some final words. So the first point is that something that has been so okay, whoever doesn't pay, their certain, I mean, that whoever doesn't pay the contribution, I mean, loses the right to vote in the general assembly. So, and this has got to do with a key element. First, you need to find common ground. You need to establish what you want to do, what you want to achieve. There is data, there is information, there are studies. So, and Megan just said it as well. It's this is easy because it just works, so it's not too complex. What is more complex is to know how we can establish common ground, and so that 2 or 3 years from now we are not sitting here still talking about interprofessional organizations and knowing that we have information and studies and that the rules have been established 20 years ago, but we still haven't, actually evolved to actually establishing the organization. So, because we might be missing an opportunity here. So we need everyone to to know. Okay, is it the time to 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 get started? Would everyone benefit from it? Um, Obviously, we should also know, and we are aware that there is an entire economy that is still to be discovered, and we know that we have one of the richest sectors in Europe, and we have so we have been trying to find and to discover the elements that will, make a difference when compared to other players. So again, what is key is to find this common ground, and that would be it. So, audience, when Tiago talks about Margarida, he's referring to me because my name is Sasha Margarida, so he hasn't said my name right once. So, but this is not the first time, and probably not the last time. It happens to me every day. So because people are looking for Margarida, they couldn't find us, so it's me. My my fault has got to do with with the with the landing in Funchal today. So let's hope that return trip to the mainland will be easier. So I don't know if there are any questions from the audience. So since there are no questions, let me start talk about the key points. So we have had legislation for interprofessional organizations for a long time. We've been ahead of the European Union. Okay, there are red lines that cannot be crossed. Okay, for instance, a professional organization cannot engage in production or commercialization. In terms of the fishing sector, we focused that, we highlighted that fragmentation has been an obstacle to create a professional organization. So another issue that has been mentioned, for instance, is that in the fishing sector, there shouldn't be any issues in terms of the volume, the percentage. Okay, so thank you very much for your contributions and for being here at Expo Fish Portugal today. So that would be the end of the first day of Expo Fish Portugal. A big thank to everyone for being here in Italy, as well as to those who joined us online. tomorrow the day will be dedicated to innovation in the seafood sector with the presentation of the finalist projects for the Expo Fish Portugal Innovation Award, and at the end, the announcement of the winners. Join us from 10 a.m. for another day of knowledge and inspiration. So for everyone attending here today, we invite you to the cocktail. See you tomorrow.
Portugal tem uma das indústrias de pesca mais antigas do mundo. Um setor que evolui com inovação, tecnologia e sustentabilidade. A pesca mantém o ritmo das marés, mas com respeito pelo oceano. Na indústria transformadora, o peixe é tratado com precisão e orgulho. As conservas, herança portuguesa, reinventam-se sem perder o sabor da história. E nas aquaculturas, nasce uma nova forma de alimentar o mundo. Da captura à transformação, das conservas à aquacultura, o saber português continua a ser referência além fronteiras. No mar, encontramos a nossa origem. Na inovação, o nosso futuro. O futuro do mar constrói-se hoje. Expo Fish Portugal 2025. Museu Marítimo de Ilhavo. 9 e 10 de dezembro.
The thing is, we have internet.
Yeah. Why do you have so many tabs?